Attention all passengers in the lobby area. This train will be departing shortly for DX Central Live. Please be sure to have your boarding ticket ready. Additionally, it is recommended that you have your AM or FM radio on your person at all times while the train is in motion, as this will allow you to report receptions during the voyage. If you have not yet done so, it is recommended that you subscribe to this channel so you will be notified when new videos are available, including future voyages of DX Central Live. Thank you for travelling with us, and we hope you enjoy our journey on DX Central Live.
Happy Friday and welcome all to another edition of the DX Party. This is your girl Rachel and welcome back as we bring you another edition of DX Central Live from the North Shore Studios. Things are getting properly busy around here as we wind down season 6. I mean, after all, we have just 2 episodes left in the season and then that is it. Kaput! No more live streams for a while. No, but we aren't going to leave you with empty hands for the summer. We have some really cool stuff heading your way. When we shut off the camera in a few weeks, let's get the party started with a classic that puts a dark cloud on that summer feeling. This is Ionosphere Floor.
Static ghost waiting for the one I want the most. I'm tracing shadows on a glowing screen, the ghost of a signal that I've never seen. The clouds are heavy, the needle is still. I'm losing my focus, I'm losing my will. But then it flickers, a light in the gray. 1,000 miles fading away, floating on the ionosphere floor. Signal anymore. It's lost in the skip, it's lost in the rain. Just a beautiful digital pain. Is a blur of a distant town, watching the carrier go up and down. It speaks in riddles, it speaks in tongues, holding the silence inside my lungs.
have seen what Lloyd has been working on in the back room. Late nights, early mornings, all weekend long. The kids say been in the lab. Well, if that is the case, Lloyd has been locked in the lab for weeks. And let me tell you, this new sporadic e-data analysis dashboard is an absolute doozy. Our patrons are already in Studio C playing with the custom app, getting that sweet early access before the public launch on May 1st. If you want to see the future of DX Data, head to patreon.com/DXCentral. You do not want to miss this one. Sticking with the brooding, as we wait for the ionosphere to begin its annual thing, this is the long shadow.
It's too quiet out there. The meter hasn't moved in an hour or more. Just a low-level hum across the floor. I'm checking the clock, I'm checking the sky, waiting for the numbers to catch a high, catch a high. The shadow is long across the yard, trying to keep the focus is getting hard. But I can feel it change in the electric air. A little bit of movement is hiding in there, waiting on the long shadow, watching where the waves go. Everything is quiet now, but we're ready for the show. Yeah, the long shadow. The long shadow. There's a flicker of a voice from a distant place, coming through the blur into my space. It doesn't have a name, it doesn't have a light, but it's gonna be the winner of the Friday night. Friday night. One turn of the knob, one pull of the game, clearing out the static and the digital radio.
reminder, there is only one more week for the FM Band Scan Challenge. That means that if you haven't submitted your logs yet, well, come on then. Get over to dxchallenges.com and show us what you found. We are winding down the season, but we are just starting to get going on. What is turning out to be a little more of a down-tempo edition of the DX party, for now at least. This is called the Midnight Aperture. notes and see what he has in store for us tonight. Let's see. We are talking FMDX logging tonight. Lloyd is going to walk us through fmlist.org and the WTFDA's W-Logger. And it's all about the why, as in why these tools are so bloody important for FMDX in general, but especially during sporadic E-season. Let's see what else is on Lloyd's list. Yeesh. Not going to talk about that one. You lot will just have to wait for that bit. Anyway, let's bump the beats per minute up a bit with this next track. This is the Red Map.
Do you see the lines? They're glowing. Hazy heat on the afternoon wire. The FM dial is catching up fire. I see the traces, I see the light, mapping the past in the middle of the night. From the frozen north to the island sun, the skip is running and it's just begun. Double hop, jump on a silver trace, scanning the noise in a frantic race. Double hop, catch the signal as it breaks away. Double hop, turning the night into a summer day. The map is red and the clouds are high, chasing the magic through the neon sky. 5 hours in and it's still alive, watching the signal dive and thrive across the continent down to the sea. Every station is a mystery, a world in bloom on a crowded band, touching the waves with a trembling hand. The screen is full and the noise is gone, riding the skip until the dawn. Double hop, catch the signal as it breaks away. Double hop, turning the night into a summer day. The map is red and the clouds are high, chasing the magic through the neon sky. It's all over the map.
Last week, Lloyd talked about SDRs that are good for FMDX, yeah? Which ones can help you with larger recordings of the FM band? Well, tonight he will be cranking out the heavy metal. Well, I guess some of it isn't so heavy. It is aluminum, after all. Tonight, the FM antenna shootout is happening. There is still time for you to get in your shout-outs to let us know what you have been hearing since last week. Just get that submitted on our handy-dandy little form at dxchallenges.com/shoutout. Lloyd will read it on air, give you that virtual high five, and you can head into your weekend with your head held high. One more track before we turn the keys over to everyone's favourite human dipole, Mark Monroe. You know I love my krautrock. How about a little Signal Mechanic?
The sky is a machine. The clouds are made of glass. I watch the silver line as the signals pass from the city to the screen. The data starts to flow exactly where it comes from. Only the circus know. Calculating distance. Calculating time. Signal mechanic in the upper air. Signal mechanic. The skip is everywhere. Automatic logging. Automatic soul. The ionosphere is in total control. 10888. The window opens wide. I step into the current for a synthetic ride. No emotion in the noise. No human in the wire. Just the cold vibration of a solar fire. Signal mechanic in the upper air. Signal mechanic. The skip is everywhere. Automatic logging. Automatic soul. The ionosphere is in total control.
Another week is in the books because that is me done for the night here on the DX party. But the night is just getting started. Some reminders. Remember to get those shout-outs in by heading on over to dxchallenges.com/shoutout and telling us what you have been hearing. A massive thank you to our patrons in Studio C for helping keep the dials turning. Your support is why we can build these incredible new data tools and the such. To join them, head to patreon.com/dxcentral. To our wonderful sponsors, we thank you for your support. The International Radio Club of America at ircaonline.org. The National Radio Club at nationalradioclub.org. And the Spectrum Monitor magazine at thespectrummonitor.com. Coming up next, it's our mate, Mark Monroe with the 10-minute countdown. He and Lloyd were playing with telescopic whip antennas in the hallway earlier, and I think he might have poked himself in the eye with one. This should be fun. Will he hit all the right buttons? Cheers, my loves. Yes, see you again next Friday on the DX Party.
Good evening, I am Mark Monroe, and the countdown to DX Central Live is officially underway. Don't worry, my eyes are fine. Just a little test of the tensile strength of those whips, and for a moment, it did feel like my eye lost that battle. As Rachel mentioned, we are approaching the final turn of Season 6, but there is no slowing down in the engineering bay tonight. So we focus on some of the tools of the trade, FM list, the logger, not to mention an FM antenna shootout. We begin though with our first song of the 10-minute clock with the VHF Horizon. It is my privilege to announce a world premiere. This is Fringe of the Map, an indie rock tribute to the lo-fi struggle of the fringe signals. It captures that raw energy when the skip is just out of reach.
Is it rolling? Okay. 1, 2. Coffee's cold, the room is humming. I can hear the skip, I can hear it coming. Static
efficiency in logging is the foundation of this hobby, and tonight Lloyd explains why FM List and W Logger are essential for the Sirius DXer. Our final track of the countdown is an ode to the season, high energy Britpop to get you in the mood for the jump. This is Across the Open Arc.
The city's just a shadow now, a flickering design, but something's moving in the dark. Crossing every line. The map is just a memory, the compass doesn't know which way the summer wind will turn or where the spark will go. And it's building in the distance, it's a fire in the air, a billion tiny miracles waiting everywhere. Oh, we're rising on the open arc, the light within the blue. The world is getting smaller now and coming straight to you. It's the magic of the moment, it's the rhythm of the skip, 1,000 miles of wonder in a single summer trip. Go on there, from the coast up to the mountaintop, frequency is clear. The voices that were silent ones, all we wanna hear. Forget the local gravity, forget the heavy ground. We're living in the frequency where everything is found.
That will do it. The antennas are tuned and the community is ready. Grab your logs, settle in. We head now to Studio A, where Lloyd is standing by and ready to start the show. Right after a word from our sponsors.
DX Central Live is brought to you in part by
The International Radio Club of America gives DXers incredible value by putting important station information right at your fingertips. The club's e-publication, the DX Monitor, includes DXer loggings, station information updates, international loggings, and more. Other club publications include the IRCA Mexican Log, a must-have resource for any DXer that chases stations from Mexico, the TIS-HAR list, the IRCA slogan list, sunset sunrise maps, and DXer technical guides. The joint IRCA-NRC email reflector and groups.io group is a hub for real-time DX conditions, station news, and DX-related conversation. For more information, visit ircaonline.org. That's ircaonline.org. From long wave to satellites, medium wave through HF, ham radio to scanners. If you can DX it, the Spectrum Monitor has you covered. Editor and publisher Ken Reitz has assembled a who's who of radio writers to share their knowledge and expertise from a wide range of DX-related topics. Each month, the Spectrum Monitor's columnists dive into their specialties to give readers tips, tricks, the latest news and station updates, and more. The Spectrum Monitor also provides a monthly assortment of feature articles that give in-depth insight into the past, present, and future of DXing. You can get a full year of the Spectrum Monitor for only $24. Individual issues from the current year are available for $3 each. You can also purchase previous years of the Spectrum Monitor in their entirety for as low as $12. For more information, visit thespectrummonitor.com. That's thespectrummonitor.com. For more than 90 years, the National Radio Club has been at the forefront of providing DXers with the latest in station news, DX-related technical information, and reception reports from DXers around the world. The NRC's AM radio log is the most expansive and detailed resource of station information for U.S. and Canadian radio stations that is available in any format. The club's publication, the DX News, is available in both print and electronic format and provides the latest information on call letter and format changes, construction permits, and other information to help keep DXers informed of the latest updates they may hear on the air. For more information, visit their website at nationalradioclub.org. That's nationalradioclub.org.
Can't get enough DX? Then the DX Central From the Static podcast is for you. Take DX Central on the go and listen to episodes from DX Central Live, interviews with prominent members of the DX community, tips, tricks, how-tos, your DX memories and stories. And that's just the start. You can find the From the Static podcast on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, iHeartRadio, Listen Notes, or anywhere you get podcasts, or by visiting FromTheStatic.net. That's FromTheStatic.net. For stories, signals, and voices from across the airwaves, don't miss the DX Central From the Static podcast.
Keep up with DX Central. Follow us on Twitter at DX Central.
Welcome, students. The E layer is beginning to energize, and that means your station must be in peak physical condition. Today, we find our harmonic balance at the DX Central Sporadic Yogi Studio. Let us begin with a basic feed line stretch. As you gently pull your RG6 quad shield coaxial cable, visualize the signals falling back to Earth from the ionosphere. At the speed of light, they suddenly appear on your waiting antenna. Hold, and release the static. Didn't that feel good? Next, we do a simple element realignment pose. Gently rotate your upper torso exactly 90 degrees, arms stretched out fully, parallel to the ground. You are the dipole. Feel the impedance match between your body and the Earth. The signals flow through you as you become one with the RF. And release. Now, for our more advanced students, we try the full double hop. Stand on only your right leg. Now arch your back and stretch your arms out wide towards the floor below. Become the very apex of a 3,000-mile skip path. You may even begin to hear the faint swells of Andean pan flute music. That is merely your soul achieving proper resonance. Now picture your perfect E-cloud moving to the north as you sway your body in the same direction. The signals are closer now. Guatemala, Belize. Yes, this is what we have trained for. And release.
Yagi Yoga is a subsidiary of DX Central Global Industries. Yagi Yoga is not responsible for twisted feed lines, strained elements, or the sudden onset of double hop delusions. Consult your local Elmer if you believe you are a 5/8 wave vertical. Static is not an energy source. Take care of yourself and your ground plane.
It's a Friday night, rolling in the frequencies right. AM and FM, the airwaves collide. DX Central Live, where the signals can't hide. Tuning in the static, chasing down the sounds. Every single signal is magic we have found. All radios hum, the chatters all agree. DX Central Live is the place to be. Folks in the chat, shout out your call. From east to west, we're breaking down the walls. It's the magic of the night, where frequencies rise. Join us now on DX Central Live.
From the Gulf South
to your corner of the world,
this is DX Central Live.
Now here's your host, Lloyd Van Horn.
From the North Shore Studios here in Mandeville, Louisiana, we bring you DX Central Live, Season 6, Episode number 28. That's what it says on my little thing here, at least. Let me make sure I'm in focus here. No, that's not focus. Is that? Nope, that's not focus. Nope, not that way. There we go. That's focus. We don't want to be in focus, but we're in focus. What another great week of DX for some of you, I noticed. Some folks getting some new stuff in the logs. We got a couple of them. So we'll talk a bit about the stuff that we got this week. Nothing super exotic, but I did cross on the AM dial. Got some new AM DX. Thanks to our friend Jacob up in Minnesota for the tip. Was able to finally scratch one of my all-time most wanted domestic stations off of my most wanted list. At least from here in Mandeville. I'd heard them before when I was in Brasstown, way back in the day. Back in 93. I was in a little cabin on the Hiawassee River up in Brasstown, North Carolina. Staying there for the summer while we were waiting for our house to be available to us. And caught this station that I heard last night from South Dakota in the middle of July, in this cabin with a portable radio in my little room that I was sleeping in. And I've been looking for them ever since. I've even when I was in Omaha, I was staying in Omaha for a couple of days, and I thought, okay, now I'll get KOKK. I just said it out loud. It was KOKK in South Dakota. I said, now I'll get them. And I didn't get them, but now I finally did. So we'll look at that and some of the other logs that we had coming in this week. We got your shout-outs to get to, and we've got a bunch of stuff to talk about tonight. We are still in our FMDX Preparedness Month here for the month of April as we get ready to head headfirst into the sporadic E season. We'll get it out in a second. Tonight, we got a couple things to talk about. Number one, we're going to be looking at FM list and W log. We'll probably do one in 1 hour, the other in the other hour. And we're going to look at these two resources and how you can use them for submitting your logs during the FM season and why those are important to do. I've been kind of beating this bandwagon for a while now, but I'm gonna amp that up a little bit because we're actually going to be incorporating. I'll get to that later. I'll talk about that later. We'll not talk about that right now. But we're gonna beat the bandwagon here about both FM List and W Logger and why both of them are super important. Okay, to make sure that you are submitting your logs to both of them. We're also going to talk about FM antennas. We talked last week about SDRs, particularly those that allow you to record a big swath of the band, like 6, 8, 10 megahertz of the band, like half the band at one time, right? So we talked about that last week, and hopefully that helped some of you guys out in your research for those of you looking for a new SDR to do big band recordings. Tonight we're going to be talking about antennas. And 20, 30 years ago, buying an FM antenna was as easy as going down to Radio Shack, and you had your choice of some of the best FM antennas that you wanted to get. To your local neighborhood Radio Shack you go with your wad of cash, and you'd say, I want that big one. And, you'd put it up on a pole and a TV rotor, and there you were done. That's not how it works anymore, unfortunately, for most of us at least. And so some of it we're going to have to DIY, some of it we can buy commercially. So we're going to look at some of the different options for FM antennas. Some of them you guys know, like the Stellar Labs antennas and things like that. Some of these you may not know about. And so we're going to talk about how you can build your own, how you can buy your own, a couple of different options for you, and some of the things that you can tie into that antenna as well to improve your FMDX performance, like filters and preamps and things like that. There are special ones you want to try to get. You don't want to just get whatever.
and actually might make the problem worse. So we'll talk about that tonight. We're also going to talk about some early alerts that you can keep an eye out for during sporadic E-season, as well as Tropo. Some ways that you can use different resources to help you spot openings and conditions a little bit better, a little bit earlier perhaps. So we'll talk about those tonight in our second hour as well. So lots to get to this evening. And again, your shout-outs, you have plenty of time to get those in. So by all means, head on over to dxchallenges.com/shoutout and get your shout-outs in, and we will read them out here on air. We'll high-five you, give the old high-five, virtual high-five. Did have a little bit of a excited moment this afternoon. I just wrapped up lunch from my day job, ate my po' boy, my roast beef po' boy from A-Bear's Po' Boys down the road. They're not giving me money for that, but if you ever find yourself on the north shore here on north shore of Lake Pontchartrain, and you're in the Mandeville area and you want a good po' boy, A-Bear's Po' Boys. That's the one I go to, right? That's where I go for my roast beef po' boy. It's like a South Shore authentic po' boy. So, just wrapped up my lunch, and right as I was getting up to walk back into my office, my back office, to do my day job work, doodling, I got a little text message for a sporadic E-alert. I was like, oh, I knew it. I just had a feeling that we were going to get some early E's, and that was going to happen. Turns out it wasn't so much. It was a false positive. It was a incorrectly labeled logging off of a FMDX web server that instead of Tropo as it should have been, it was labeled as sporadic E. So the Tropo is going, and we're going to look at the Tropo map tonight, as we like to do here. So we'll be looking at that because Tropo conditions are afoot tonight and this weekend, and so we'll take a look at that. But yeah, it was kind of like, I knew it. I knew we were going to get something, and no, we didn't actually get anything. All right, let's start with a little FMDX. We're doing our FM band scan challenge. We got one more week left. This is the last week, so if you haven't got your band scan in, Lloyd, what? Who's talking to me? If you haven't got your band scan done yet, you still have time. Go to dxchallenges.com and enter into the band scan. Look for the little green button that says our current challenge right here. Click on that sucker, and you'll go to an interface, and you can start doing the FM band scan challenge. Get your band scan done and be ready for the upcoming season. So in that spirit, we start a little bit of live DX here with this FMDX, brought to you by the folks at the Spectrum Monitor, thespectrummonitor.com. That is where you can find some more information about subscribing to the magazine. Yours truly writes in there every, once a quarter? Just did one in April about the death of radio at AM and FMDX. Yeah, whatever. Joe says, hey, Joe, up in Covington, up to the north. Have you ever been to Bear's Restaurant in Covington? Amazing po' boys. Yeah. I think, at least at one time, A-Bear's, which used to be Big Bear here in Mandeville. That was the Big Bear po' boy, and they recently changed to A-Bear's po' boys. I think at one time they were related somehow to the Bears there in Covington. I'm pretty sure. I might be wrong about that. But anyway, fantastic po' boys. I like how they kind of toast the bread a little bit. And they got the good Lightheimer's bread, too, so you know what I'm talking about. All right, we are looking at the FM dial here in the Mandeville area. We've got 3 web servers up and running right now. And so we're sitting on these 3. We're going to bounce around here as we do our band scan. What time is it? Oh, we got plenty of time before the top of the hour hits. So we're going to leave... Let's start with our shortwave central one. This is the big one. Well, there's 2 big ones. There's this one, which is the antenna at 65 feet high in a pine tree. We're going to talk about that antenna tonight when we talk about DIY antennas. We also have our log periodic up at 33 feet. So we're going to be doing a little bit of both of those here as we do our first DX session. So let's start off here on the shortwave central online web server. We're going to turn that down a little bit so it doesn't, if they play some music, we don't get hit with that copyright. Starting here at 103.1 FM, and that is WOSM over in Ocean Springs, Mississippi, one of our semi-locals here that's nearby. So let's just start up top, and we'll work our way down. There's Kicker 108 in Bay St. Louis, Mississippi. Country music, pretty regular visitor here. Actually, they're our dominant station here, deadband dominant. 1077 is one of those open frequencies for us. Joe, I'm doing this for your benefit as well, so you kind of know. 1077 here is one of our open frequencies. Traditionally speaking, we might get a little bit of, if there's a little tropo scatter, we might get a little bit of an enhancement here that brings some stuff in. But traditionally, this one is pretty open. So one of those frequencies that I check to really kind of gauge how high the MUF is driving up. Our maximum usable frequency during a E-skip opening. KNOL, this is a K-Love station in Jean Lafitte, New Orleans area here, 107.5. So they are a pretty big dominant station. 107.3. This one's a mixed bag. I kind of call this one a fringe semi-local, depending on if we get a little bit of tropo enhancement. This is what I was talking about when we talk about like categorizing your frequencies when you're doing your band scan. You kind of get to start mapping out your band in your head. Let me turn that down a bit more. You get to start mapping out the band in your head, and knowing and kind of visualizing the band based off of those different categories. So I'm kind of looking from the top of the band. I got kicker, which is a local. They're usually pretty dominant, except under the most strongest openings. They're more likely to get overtaken by tropo than by E-skip, to be honest. 107.7 is fairly open. 107.5, that is usually, let me go back in here, that's the KNOL, local K-Love. 107.3, though, this one is kind of a fringe, maybe a semi-local. And we have a couple of stations that are kind of usually duking it out here on 107.3. Let me pull these up. We have Tylertown. Let me turn it back down again. Tylertown, Mississippi is gospel WFCG. So they usually have a kind of religious music or gospel music format. There's also a talk station out of Slidell, which probably, Joe, you're more likely to get that one. I usually get that one too. WRGV in Pensacola, The Beat. If there's any kind of tropo that's coming in, they take over the frequency. So it's like it's a fringe up until we get that little bit of tropo, and Pensacola comes in, and then now we're in trouble because Pensacola takes over the frequency. So that's some things to kind of keep in mind when you're looking at some of your frequencies. Do you have that situation that might pop up where normally I'm fine, but if we get a little bit of enhancement, a little bit of tropo, a little tropo scatter, now I've got a station that's not normally coming in, that is coming in, and they're coming in super loud. There's a couple Baton Rouge stations that kind of fit this category. Normally they're KSMB and Lafayette on 94.5. Normally they're fine. I can get them, but I'm kind of fringe. It doesn't really affect me that much on deadband. But that little bit of tropo boosts that signal up enough to now it's a problem. Now, if there was an E-skip opening, I'm less likely to get something on that frequency because WFMF in Baton Rouge or KSMB in Lafayette is so big and boisterous now. So you may have some of that in your local area as well. You may have some stations that, because of a tiny bit of enhancement, might take over, especially during the summertime when tropo is more pronounced. Takes over a little bit and now makes it harder for the E-skip to come through. So you'll want to kind of notate that as you do your band scans as well, or you might have some of those that might get a little bit of a boost. Then we get to 107.1. Country station now. Used to not be. But now it's a country station. They've been gospel. They've been country. They've been sports. Now they're back to country. Hammond, Louisiana. They have HMD on 107.1. Cajun. 106.9. This is usually fairly open. Do we have anything in there right now? Probably WRJW Picayune. Unless we have some enhancement to our west over here. This is one of those stations. That's probably Picayune, is my guess. That, again, there's traditionally not much there unless you're getting a little bit of tropo scatter enhancement. And then they take over in just enough to make that E-skip a little bit trickier. So you'll see some of these openings. I've had them in June, July, August. I had all 3 months where you're like, man, if it was any other conditions and we weren't getting this little bit of tropo, I would have E-skip here. And it would be overtaking, right? But because that tropo is in, this happens with meteor scatter too, right? You get a little bit of tropo coming in, kills the meteor scatter. Because now those weaker meteor scatter signals can't overtake that strong tropo or that, kind of entrenched tropo that you have. And it makes it pretty difficult. So there we go, top of the hour time.
DX Central Live, top of the hour alert.
So we're actually going to switch this up here as we do our, there we go. That's where I want to go. Let's actually switch this up because I want to take a look at some AM because we have a new antenna here at the North Shore Studios on the AM side of things. Put up a brand new CAS antenna. Now this one is the one I was talking about. It's a little smaller. It's 25 feet high by 50 foot wide. I was going to do a super loop, but I decided, you know what, let's at least try the CAS first. Go with the little simpler route with the super loop. There's more vertical stuff. I have to have 2 masts to have support vertically for both ends. Let's just go with the simpler solution for now. Test it out, see how it does. If that works great, then we're good. This is pointing at 285 degrees, which for me puts it right into Arizona, Southern California, the Sonora area of Mexico. This is the big dead spot in my logbook. When you look at my AM logbook heat map, which we can do really quick, this is like the dead zone of my logbook. Everything else has got some pretty good saturation, some pretty good density, or at least there's, stuff really kind of trending in that direction. But when you look at that kind of Arizona, you can see it right there on the heat map without even me zooming in at all. You see that little dead zone right here? That is what I'm talking about. That is what we're trying to attack here with our 285 degree. Now, if I zoom in a bit, you'll see this big gap right here. All of this area right here. All of this is just nothing. Western part of New Mexico, pretty much all of Arizona except for KTNN. All of Sonora, most of Chihuahua. Both of the Bajas are pretty under represented in my logbook. So this 285 degree CAS antenna was purposely put in place to address that deficiency and that gap in my logbook. So we are now, it's a little early, so we might not get a whole lot, but we're now going to test this out and just see how it does. Last night, this is the one that got me South Dakota, which is a little bit off to the side, if I'm going to be honest, a little off to the side of the antenna. But this is the one that got me South Dakota last night, the best here in Mandeville. So let's just take a gander and see what it's got coming in. So that's Baton Rouge coming in with some gospel. Right now, we're just using a variable terminator on this one, a variable resistor. I am going to put a vactrol on here. I just got to run some Cat 6 cable to it so that I can get a new feed line run for that vactrol and for a Cat 6 feed line on the east side of that antenna if I want to swap sides. But we're going to probably spend some time on this west side of the CAS for quite a while.
This is KVDW 1530 AM, K237GW, 95.3 FM, and K265EL, V100.9 FM, England, North Little Rock, and
hey, Kaz.
VictoryFMRadio.com.
I was just saying I'm trying out a 25-foot apex by 50-foot footprint version of the CAS antenna. That's what we're on right now, pointing to the west, because that's how much horizontal space I had. But it's been working pretty good. I need to put a common mode choke on here to reduce some of the noise you hear. Plus, it's got one side's pointing right at my neighbor's house. The other side's pointing right at my house. Like, it's up against the house, almost. So it's a little more noisy than some of my other antennas because of where I have to put it. But you have to do what you have to do to get what you have to get. So there's KVDW up in England, Arkansas. That's who we heard the ID from there. This is Victory 100.9/1530. That's a relog for us.
Benefitscheckup.org is a free service from the National Council on Aging. If you're on a fixed income, benefitscheckup.org might help you too, for free. Visit today.
Let's look down a little bit. That's going to be LAC. You'll notice here all the even frequencies, every other frequency, basically all the evens have that noise on there. I'm hoping that we can null that out when I get my vactrol in place. I heard a mention there of Wichita Falls. The format doesn't really align with anything that's up here right now. Let's go back up here to 1490, check it out.
Presented by NE Spark, your hometown team, bring you game-changing lightning-fast fiber internet service. The double by Furnace.
After your fader right here, you're trying to hit a ground ball to second base.
I wonder.
Get him in, get him over.
Swung on, line drive, pass. Baseman into right field. You're going to hold Furnace as you scores.
That is WANG in Biloxi, Mississippi. They're a Super Talk Mississippi affiliate, and I was matching it up with the Super Talk on 103.1 here.
Continues to look like a beach ball.
Now leading 5-1. Miss. Puerto Rico with a home run and the line out to center was scored spread. What do you think about that?
Yeah, barreled it up as well.
Sounds like there's actually two on the frequency.
I'm surprised he's still in the game right here.
Owen Pano to bat with runners at the corners and no outs.
That could be Vicksburg. They're a news talk station. I don't think they're Super Talk, but they are a news talk station. They could be Vicksburg, Mississippi.
Pano fouls it back for strike one. Owen had a fly out to left in the second. Led off a single with an oppo base hit and later scored. Infield single, the shortstop got to.
I think that's why we have that echo there. That's definitely Biloxi, but I think Mississippi, Vicksburg is also in there as well. Because I've got the FM turned all the way down. That's not the FM causing that echo. So we got both of the Mississippis on the 1490 there. So we got Arkansas coming in on 1530. So other than those Mississippi stations, and I got to dial in that resistance to a little bit better to terminate on that back side a bit, and also put up that Cat 6 cable this weekend so I can get the vactrol back up and running. But this antenna so far has done pretty well towards the west. So I want to see that continue, and especially improve once we get the vactrol in place and get better termination on the back side. I'm hopeful that this will give us a good enough conditions and good enough nulling off the back side and so forth to give us something to fill in that gap out there in Arizona, in New Mexico, and Sonora, and all that out there that we saw on the heat map. So, fingers crossed. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we've got lots to talk about. We've got your shout-outs to get to. We've got to talk about fmlist.org, and we're going to start talking antennas for the FM season as well. The FM antenna shootout will begin here this hour. So, don't go anywhere, my friends. More DX Central Live is heading your way right after this.
DX Central, because we're all about radio. Visit us at dxcentralonline.com or check us out on YouTube. Search DX Central. DX Central Live is brought to you in part by...
From long wave to satellites, medium wave through HF, ham radio to scanners. If you can DX it, the Spectrum Monitor has you covered. Editor and publisher Ken Reitz has assembled a who's who of radio writers to share their knowledge and expertise from a wide range of DX-related topics. Each month, the Spectrum Monitor's columnists dive into their specialties to give readers tips, tricks, the latest news and station updates, and more. The Spectrum Monitor also provides a monthly assortment of feature articles that give in-depth insight into the past, present, and future of DXing. You can get a full year of the Spectrum Monitor for only $24. Individual issues from the current year are available for $3 each. You can also purchase previous years of the Spectrum Monitor in their entirety for as low as $12. For more information, visit thespectrummonitor.com. That's thespectrummonitor.com. For more than 90 years, the National Radio Club has been at the forefront of providing DXers with the latest in station news, DX-related technical information, and reception reports from DXers around the world. The NRC's AM radio log is the most expansive and detailed resource of station information for U.S. and Canadian radio stations that is available in any format. The club's publication, the DX News, is available in both print and electronic format and provides the latest information on call letter and format changes, construction permits, and other information to help keep DXers informed of the latest updates they may hear on the air. For more information, visit their website at nationalradioclub.org. That's nationalradioclub.org. The International Radio Club of America gives DXers incredible value by putting important station information right at your fingertips. The club's e-publication, the DX Monitor, includes DXer loggings, station information updates, international loggings, and more. Other club publications include the IRCA Mexican Log, a must-have resource for any DXer that chases stations from Mexico, the TIS-HAR list, the IRCA slogan list, sunset sunrise maps, and DXer technical guides. The joint IRCA-NRC email reflector and groups.io group is a hub for real-time DX conditions, station news, and DX-related conversation. For more information, visit ircaonline.org. That's ircaonline.org.
Can't get enough DX? Then the DX Central from the Static podcast is for you. Take DX Central on the go and listen to episodes from DX Central Live, interviews with prominent members of the DX community, tips, tricks, how-tos, your DX memories and stories. And that's just the start. You can find the From the Static podcast on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, iHeartRadio, Listen Notes, or anywhere you get podcasts, or by visiting FromTheStatic.net. That's FromTheStatic.net. For stories, signals, and voices from across the airwaves, don't miss the DX Central From the Static podcast.
Keep up with DX Central. Follow us on Twitter at DX Central. from the DX Central North Shore Studios, this is DXC Live. Now here's your host, Lloyd Van Horn.
It's DX Central Live from the North Shore Studios here in Mandeville, Louisiana. Studio A is where you find us Friday nights at 6:45 Central, at least for a couple more weeks. And you're in the skip zone now, baby. I love when it drops that halftime beat after all that energy. Oh, man. Oh, man. Yeah, we are talking FMDX. We are now here in FMDX Preparedness Month for the month of April, and we try to prepare ourselves, prepare everyone for the upcoming FMDX season for Sporadic E. Part of that is we're getting our gear ready, like our SDRs and our antennas. We're going to be talking about FM antennas here in a bit. We also are looking at resources, the tools of the trade, the things that are available to us now that we didn't have back in the day to help us spot openings and report openings. And then after the fact, after the openings are done, we have access to take our data and pull that into our logbooks. We don't have to keep a logbook during the event if we don't want to. I do this now. I exclusively log on FMList and WLogger during the event. I'm not keeping my logbook, right? I'm logging everything over on the other two loggers, FMList and WLogger, with what I know I need to have to be able to pull into my logbook. And then after the fact, I export that out, and then I import that in. And I just clean it up to make sure everything's formatted the way that I want it, and bing, bang, bum, done, right? So let's start with FMList, because this is the one that I feel like I get the most questions about, and also there's a couple of other things here that you can't really find anywhere else. I want to make sure we have time to cover. I did see a question in the chat from two folks, one from our friend Stuart up in Michigan, wanting to know about the quick method for logging. So challenge accepted. We're going to show you the quick way that I log stuff on FMList, how I get in, out, and move on to the next station, right? Because I don't, my goal during an opening, especially during Live DX, is I'm trying to get as much as I possibly can in there. A, so I have less to do when I'm doing my recording review. B, most importantly, so that everyone else can see what's happening, right? At least from my perspective, because if I'm seeing what I'm seeing from my perspective, that can be telling for you of what to expect from your perspective, right? So if I'm sitting here logging all this stuff up in Minnesota from Louisiana, my friend Les over in Alabama knows what to expect to his west, right? He's looking west, or Barry over in Tennessee is looking across that path. Where I'm looking north, they're looking across, right? So it helps everybody else out. You get the e-alerts, you get the live maps to show conditions, and so forth. So all of that is why I'm trying to do that during the moment. I'm sharing tips on Slack about what I'm hearing. I'm grabbing RDS screenshots during the opening while I'm letting the recording just roll. I'm gauging the MUF. I'm trying to keep an eye on where the opening is and how it's moving. All that's going on during the live DX. So I need to be able to log that station as fast as I can. So we're going to show you my quick method on FMList tonight as we get in. Okay? So we have a video up on our website, or our YouTube channel here. Just look up FMList, and there's like several videos that we've devoted to this topic, at basic and advanced, and there's some other things as well that we've done over in the past. So go to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/@DXCentral, and search for FMList, and you'll find several videos. And start with the one from last year. I want to say it's this one here. Let me go. I'll just put the link in the chat, because this one actually, this is the introduction one here. Yeah. This one actually shows you how to get your account set up. And I saw Blazer Bobcat was wanting to know, how do we get set up on FMList? That video is a good starting point. There's also other videos as well, Blazer Bobcat, to answer some of your other questions about auto logging, about web servers, WLogger. I have videos on all of those as well from last season that we did, introduction videos that are up on the YouTube channel as well. So we've got a whole playlist, actually. Let me just share the whole playlist here. Let me do playlists. I didn't get my first S in here. Those are not the playlist. I need the playlists. And it would be right. Anyway, I'll find it in here. I'll put it in the chat for you guys. The entire playlist of all of the FM preparedness videos that I did last season. So we'll get that in there. But for tonight's purposes, we're going to assume that you already have an account at FM List, okay? I'm not going to assume that you know a lot about it, but I'm going to assume that you've created an account and you're able to log in and get to where the places we're needing to go. If you haven't done that step yet, go check the video that I just linked in the chat. That'll walk you through that process of how to actually set up the account, how to get all that process going so you actually can log in and see what we're about to see, okay? So, assuming that you've done that, we're going to insert our password and our username, and we're going to log in, and we're going to see this screen right here. This is not FM List. I mean, it is FM List. But this is not where you live. This is not the screen of where you live to log things and pull up station information. This is just a list of FM stuff, like their entire database, basically. What you want to do is click on My FM. Sounds like a radio station slogan, but it's the place where you go to do all of your station lists and pulling up stations, identifying your stations, and also logging stations, okay? Now, part of this process, and what we outlined in that video that I linked, is how to actually set your account up with your location, because that is super, super important. You need to set your location in FM List, and that will allow you to then, when you're looking at this list, it's going to pull up which stations, based on the propagation type that you're experiencing, are most likely being heard, right? It's going to start from the most likely and then work its way down, or in some cases it might go from like the closest to the furthest, okay? So you want to set your location in your account, and that video that I linked over here walks you through how to do that. So you need to create your account, set your location up, all your profile stuff and everything, get all that situated, and then what we're about to talk is going to be where you pick up from there. Now, everything that I talk about here, you'll be able to see in that video as well and in the advanced tutorial. But I just want to at least kind of walk through as a refresher for everybody, a reminder of how to do what we're about to do here in FM List. So you start off by saying, where are you at on the band? What frequency are you at on the band? So I'm going to use 103.1 because we were just listening to Super Talk Mississippi out of Ocean Springs. And so I pull up 103.1. Now, when I type that in, you don't have to type in 103.1. You just type in 103.1 and hit enter, and it automatically will take you there. Okay? Saves you a second of time. You would be surprised how much these little seconds that you save, how much that actually makes a difference. So this brings up a station list. Now, something that you'll want to know if you've been using FM List for a while, or once you've been using it for a while, when I'm looking at the station list, I see all the different stations. You can actually set up FM List to show you what you have already logged. So you don't have to think, have I heard this station before or not? Now, obviously, it implies that you're doing your logging in FM List and you're keeping that current and active. And I have a reminder for myself in my logbook, did I log this in FM List? The answer should always be yes for me, because that's my process, is I do it here first, and then I put it in my logbook. I always do it here first to make sure I have this as a backup for my logbook, for the mapping and everything else that's there. This is where I want to start, and then everything gets exported out to my logbook. So I also use this, by the way. My logbook is only showing me what I've heard that's new. So it only gets added to my logbook when it's a new station to me. FM List, I log everything. Every time I hear a station, if I've heard it 3 times in that opening, 3 times that season, 3 times ever, or the first time ever, doesn't matter. I'm logging it in FM List. That is my full, like this is my band scan of everything that I'm hearing all the time. Whenever I log anything at all, when I hear a station, it's getting logged in FM List, right? So I'm going to show you here. Once you've been doing that for a bit, you're going to have a collection of stations you've heard. You see right here where it says Comforts? Click on Comforts. Now, you're going to get a warning that basically says, okay, here's what's going to happen. You're going to switch over to Comforts, and that's going to show you if a station is already in your log or band scan on your ever, and then also specifically for today. There are 2 different colors you're going to see here, and we're going to see that here in a moment. The other warning it's going to give you is, right here, is that during times of peak activity, like big e-skip openings, you probably don't want to turn comforts on because it slows the system down for everybody. If everybody has comforts turned on, it's going to slow the system down. Best to not do that. But comfort is what's going to show you, do I have these guys or not? You'll see here two things. On the left-hand side, oops, I'm not showing my screen, am I? So let me go back up. Let me back up because I just realized I wasn't sharing my screen here. So up here's where I go to my FM. You guys didn't say anything in the chat. You never said anything like, hey, we don't see your screen, Lloyd. Come on. You're on me when I got the microphone off. My FM is up here at the top. And then here's your frequency entry box right here. That's where I just type in 103.1 and I get my station list. Boom, there it is. Okay. So this is the full station list. This is what you would see when you're DXing. This is how you interact with FM list. Comforts is right here. That's this button right here that you would click on. You'll get your warning, and then you'll see here. Now, over here on the left-hand side, I want to make sure you can see it on the screen. That's how I found out I wasn't sharing my screen. You'll have in the log column, if you have heard that station and logged it, it'll be highlighted in yellow over here on the left-hand side. You'll also usually see the location in yellow as well. But here's the thing. Especially during an opening, you may see the location colored in here, but not the log column. Why is that? Because that's saying you have heard a station from this location, but you haven't heard this station. That's what that's telling you, especially when we're looking at like today's log, which I'm about to show you here in a second. So in this case, have I heard Ocean Springs? Yes, I have. WOSM has been heard and logged from here. But you may, here's a great example. Here's WJLJ, J103 in Delano, Tennessee right here. I have logged a station from Delano, Tennessee, or Delano, however you say it. But if you look over here on the log, I haven't logged that station. So this is saying you've heard stations here before, just not that one. Unless you see the yellow over here on the L, then you've logged that station. Okay? So now let's go ahead and log a station. And I'm going to show you guys the process. A couple things before we do that to give you the lay of the land. You've got that log button over here, link over here on the far left. That's how you log a station. Band is a band scan. That's what you put for like your locals, your dead band, local. This is my day in, day out. When I'm doing my band scan, I'm just turning on the radio. If there's no propagation whatsoever, this is what I expect to hear. That's how you can go in. Joe says, sorry, I was taking it all in. Gotcha. That band scan is how you can kind of document what you've heard, right? I don't use that very much. I keep a spreadsheet because there's other details that I want to be able to track, but to each their own, okay? You'll see the frequency here under the QRG. Power, that's their power in kilowatts. Country, which becomes important during e-skip season sometimes, or maybe sometimes tropo, depending on your location. REG, region, is state. I mean, you can tell by ours, but when you start looking at other countries and stuff and you get way down the list, it may, like you might see OLA or CMY here for these, like those are basically states, right? Like Mexican states, Canadian provinces, US states. Program, this is your station, call letters, and their slogan, if we have one, okay? If there's a known slogan for that station, which most stations do. Location, city, there's their lat long. Here's how far they are from you. This is why setting your location is so important. This is how far they are from you, is this QRB-MI. Now, I've got mine set to be in miles. I think it defaults to kilometers, but you can change that in the profile, and we show you how to do that in that video. AZI, that's azimuth that you're bearing. That's the direction that you want to point your antenna to get to that station. Okay? The rest of this stuff I don't really use a whole lot until I get over here. PI right here, this column, this is your RDS code. You can search by RDS code if you're receiving one. I'll show you that in a minute. And then you have your format over here if it's known. Sometimes it's accurate. Most of the time it's pretty close. Sometimes you'll find it's not. Okay? All right. So let us do our first logging event. Now I'm going to show you the quick way I do this because it's super, super helpful. Let me find myself a station that's not a local on my FM band here. That's local. Baton Rouge, Oracle. Just trying to find a non-local here. Okay, let's go to 99.1. And I've got WKNN in Pascagoula. It's 81 miles. It's kind of local, but it's not always there. So I feel okay logging this as a tropo catch because they're actually coming in pretty well. So let's go ahead and do this. You ready, Stuart? Time me. Now I'm going to be talking through this, so it's going to slow me down. Yeah, actually, you know what? I'll just log it and show you the quick way. Time me on this one. You ready? Do I have my stop? Where's my phone? I want to time myself. In case there's a delay here. I don't want there to be a delay. Clock. Stopwatch. All right. I've got my stopwatch cleared out. You ready? I'm going to log this station. Go. That was 7 seconds. It was 8.75, but it took me a second to actually click the button. 8.75 seconds at worst. There you go. That's the easy way of doing it. Now, what did I just do? Let me show you. Let's go up here. Let me find another station here for us to log. And I actually took my time on that one. Normally, I'm even quicker than that.
Nightmare today by visiting.
All right, I'm gonna use 103.1 here because the tropo hasn't really hit yet. So let's go to 103.1. So that's basically 7 seconds. Okay, so here's what I did. I click on my L. Okay, and this will, once you've done this, you'll actually shave a second or so off of the time that I just did because I had forgotten to put my propagation in before I started. But now that I've got my tropo marked on here, and during an e-skip opening be the same way, I don't have to touch that again. So shave another second to a second and a half off of what I just did. So really we're looking at like 6 seconds. Okay. You don't have to do any of this stuff. You set your propagation, and once you set that, like I said, it's done until you have to change it. Now we're in live mode right now, so that's what I'm going to leave this as. But if you were doing an IQ recording review, you would double click right here where it says click here to change. You would double click it, and now it changes to from file. And then you can go in here and change your date and your time. But we're in live mode, and so it will auto populate my date and time. UTC, which is what I want to start with. Details. I don't put anything in there. You can if you want about what you heard or whatever. I don't. I really don't, unless it's something unique. Especially when I will do it, I'll put it this way. When I will do this is when if I'm logging a new station, and I know it's a new station for me because I looked on my comforts and I don't see it, or I looked at my log and I don't see it. So I'm logging a brand new station for me, and I didn't get anything RDS or anything like that. It was like just an audio ID. Then I'll probably put some rudimentary stuff in there so I have something for my logbook, and then that's it, okay? So I don't do any of that stuff in here. I do come down here to where it says RDS received, and I click yes. And then you click this button right here where it says PI logged right here. There's a button right next to it. Click that, and that will copy the PI code into here so you can log the PI code that you got. Okay? And then that's it. I hit submit. Now, there's one exception. If it's a new station, I do this for me. If it's a new station for me for my logbook, how I will know that when I do my export to pull everything in is I will come over here and I'll say new. That's as much as I'm probably typing in during the event, more than likely, with a few exceptions. So I'm just typing in new here for the new stuff. Otherwise, if it's a relog, I don't even do that. I just hit submit. And then that's it. And now you'll see my logbook. There they are. And that took 7 seconds. Now let's do one more because I want to show you this without having to do the propagation mode. Let's go up. I think that 107.3. Oops, I'm on the wrong one. Let's go to 107.3. Let's let's see who we have here.
That will fill it up 3-2. And runners will go in motion here, man, on the next pitch.
Nobody on first
That's
base.
Picayune.
So they got to hold tight.
No, it's only 30 minutes away, or 30 miles away, but I'm going to go ahead and just log it just to show you guys. Ready? This is going to be me doing it the fast way again. I'm going to reset my timer. Okay, back to 0. You ready? I've got my propagation mode already set, which you can set in advance. You can even set this before you do your first log by clicking any of these propagation modes up here. So if I just click on Tropo, it's going to set that propagation mode. I don't have to do that when I do my first log. I just forgot to do it before I did my example. But ready? Here we go. So from the time I click on it, ready? 1, 2, 3. Oops. Ah. Oh, there is no RDS. Hold up. That screwed me up. There is no RDS. Let's do this again. Let's do one that does have RDS. I'm just gonna log.
And that makes
Go to the 106.5. That threw me off for a second because there actually is no RDS. I was trying to click there was RDS when there actually is none. All right, we're gonna do this Q 106.5. Ready? Let's time it here. 3, 2, 1, go. .95 seconds, and I took my time. That was actually slow compared to how I usually would do that. 4.95. So 5 seconds or less, you can be in and out logging on FM list. Okay, that's how it works. That's the basic functionality. Now, there's more to FM list than just logging those stations and pulling up the station list. Number one, you have your ES alert, your ESA. Okay, we'll turn it off when you log in. If you haven't set yours up before, you'll have it looking like this. It says ESA is off, and it'll be a red box. You want to turn that on, because what that is, I will show you. That is this. You can't really see it super well. Let me turn my brightness up on my phone. That'll help. You see that email right there? It's probably out of focus or whatever, but that email right there is an alert. It says, this e-alert has been generated at Friday, 17th of April, 2026 at 19:51 GMT. The following directions might work. 224, 241. You can click on this link to see the current situation. There's a link in there to click. Good DX from FM list /myfm. And the subject line says FM list e-alert 2 directions to southwest for ID, and then has my ID number that I have here on FM list. So what it's basically doing, and click on this to turn it back on again because I don't want to forget that. So I clicked it, turn it on. So there we go. It is saying, okay, someone has reported a sporadic E reception. That sporadic E reception is in a path that may be using a cloud that you would also have a path into. So for instance, let's say this one that was today, it was a DXer down in Mexico. They were logging stuff into Texas. So the cloud, the suspected cloud, which is around the midpoint of that path, was just to my southwest, which would have given me conditions down into Mexico had it been real. So that's what it was telling me. It was look to your southwest based off of where these receptions are being reported from. Look to your southwest, and you may have a path that crosses that midpoint into your southwest. That's what that e-alert does. So I highly recommend that you sign up for FM list and sign up for the e-alert. You saw how easy it was. I just clicked a box and it was done, and you'll get an email too. Now I've got mine set to also text message me, which we talked about that a couple weeks ago, how to do that. And that is what this looked like. It just texted me the alert, the email that I got. I just texted that to my phone. So I instantly, that's how I knew. That's when I got the alert that it was going on. So I highly recommend. And if you're going to sign up for it, that means you got to use it. You got to use the FM list station list here and log your stuff, because that's how you're going to let everybody else know too. This only works if everybody's submitting their logs so that we all know when there's an event going on. So we get the alert when something is happening. If no one's logging their stuff, the alert's never going to go out, and it's not doing us any good. So make sure you're submitting your logs, get those in, get that alert signed up. We're going to talk more about that here in a bit. We do our how to spot, early warning for an opening. Submit your logs. That will give you that. Now, there are a couple of pages here during the FM season that I keep an eye on a regular basis. You have to be logged in to your FM list account to get to them, but this is one of them. This is the current map of the last 30 minutes, what you see right here on screen. Now, you'll see there's my 2 logs right there, my little wimpy little 30, 80-mile logs that I got there. Look how cute they are. But you see we got some tropo going on over here on the west. We got some tropo over here from Belize-ish up to Cancun. So this will show you those logs that are happening. If this was a sporadic E event, you would see a big green circle. We call it the donut. It's a big green donut because it has a hollow center in the middle. And that would be where those paths are going. So we're going to do more talking about that in the coming weeks. But this map right here, I keep this bookmarked. This is the last 30 minutes of FM list logged activity. I keep that one on all the time. I have an iPad over here, and during the FM season, my iPad is on that map 24/7. And when I'm in the shack, I'm keeping an eye on it. There's also this version of the same map. I'm not going to link it here because you have to link it for yourself because this is my link for me. But I recommend that little link that was in the email alert that said, click here to see a map of the situation, right? If you click that link, that takes you to this map that I've just pull up on screen. And if I had a donut here, if there were E donuts, it would actually have a line from my location through that center line to show me my projected path. That is what I have bookmarked here, which is why I'm not going to share it with you guys because it doesn't do you any good. It's my map. Based on my ID. So when you pull that up, if you get one of those E alerts, bookmark this map because you can always go back to it anytime there's an E opening and you can see where your paths are in relation to those donuts, all the different ones that might be there. The other one that I do, and I do this one during the FM sporadic E season for the data that I'm pulling, is I'm doing one for just current day logs of sporadic E. You can use these filters up here at the top. Like I say, I only want to see stuff received in America. I want to make sure we don't have exclude the auto logs checked because that will take out things like web server logs, anything that's going to really like an auto log. I don't want that checked. Propagation mode, I just want to see sporadic E, and I'm just looking at the current date. I've bookmarked that as well. So this is how I go back in, and I can pull up, for instance, any date in the past that I want to look at. So let's just say I want to see August 13th, 2025. There's all the E that was happening on August 13th, 2025. When you submit your logs to FM list, you can have this too. You can have this map for yourself and your logs. So if I go over here and I say I want to see my logs, that's the other Lloyd. That's the FM list one, or the web server one. Where's my? Let's go to July 4th. You want to see something crazy? This is going to take a minute to load. 4,443 logs. July 4, 2025. Look at this mess. Oh, just wait till you guys see this in my new data dashboard that I put together, by the way. This visualization that I put together for the E-clouds and the paths, no one's ever seen sporadic E openings the way you're going to see it through my data dashboard. It's crazy good. But that's what 4,443 American logs look like. July 4th. That was crazy. That was crazy. That was a crazy day. And it wasn't my best day. It wasn't my best day of the season because most of the openings were further north, as you'll see on my data dashboard. You actually get to see that. Oh, I can't wait for May 1st to show this to you guys. Our patrons are seeing it right now, by the way. Patreon.com/DXCentral. If you want early access to my new data dashboard and all the other stuff that we do, go ahead on over to Patreon and become a patron because they're playing with it right now. They're already getting their hands dirty on the DX data, the eSkip data. And she's pretty. She's very pretty, the dashboard. So there you go. That's the basics of FM list. That's the main stuff that I really wanted to make sure I cover was really how to do the logging, because I think a lot of people think it's a little more complicated, and it's not. It's super easy. It's super. I mean, you make it as complicated as you want it to be, depending on how much data you're putting into your log. The more you want to put in, the longer it's going to take you. But that's true of any logging interface, not just FM list. But if you just want to get in there and just get it into the logbook with bare necessities, know what you're going to want to have on the output if you need to output that to your logbook, like I do for that like new flag. Just submit your log and put in the bare necessities, the RDS, which is important. That is important for all of us to know. You know, the RDS is being decoded, and then you're done. You're finished. That's it. Super easy. 5 seconds. All right, let's do some shout outs.
Hear the call for every single big or small, from AM to FM, from C to C. We celebrate the ones who slag the IT. Shout out loud, let it be known, you're never DXing all alone. Through the static we found our way. Shout outs making waves today.
I seriously can't wait for you guys to see the new dashboard. It's pretty. And there's so much in there. And I'm actually about to add 2 more data points at least to that. And maybe more. Like, I'm already thinking phase 3 for this thing. Phase 1 was scrapped. I couldn't make it work. Phase 2 is what we have released. Phase 3 for this is adding in some stuff that's never been done before, ever, in the history of FMDX, to my knowledge. So we already are doing some things that no one's seen before, but we're about to do some things that no one, I don't believe, has ever done before. So I'm super excited about it, because you guys know I love me some. Our first shout out comes from our friend Dan over in Texas. Dan says, my goal to add Mexican states this year keeps paying off. Just logged XECPR 660 in Carrillo Puerto, Quintana Roo. Radio Chan Santa Cruz, one of my favorite stations, and they come in like gangbusters here because we're just across the Gulf from them. On a February 10th recording at 11:08 UTC, I heard the national anthem followed by the very distinctive 6-minute Quintana Roo anthem. You aren't kidding. We have that up on our national and state anthems page, which I'll link here so you guys who haven't heard this yet can go check it out. It is it just keeps going and going and going and going. It is the Energizer bunny of anthems. It's the state anthem of Quintana Roo there in Mexico. The only anthem of that hour due to Quintana Roo's time zone, all made possible by my new 140-degree bog. 992 miles. Been trying for this one for a while, so that makes 24 of 32 Mexican states and 98 stations overall from Mexico. Well done, my friend. We got to get you that new Mexican state here. Who was it? Stuart had a DX catch that they were playing this song for like a Mexican restaurant ad. That's fantastic. And we're going to saw you that log, man. I'm not going to play the entire thing. It really is like it's a small world. It just keeps going and going and going for 7-8 minutes. It's crazy. Well done, my friend. Congratulations, and love to see those Mexican states start to pile up in there in the logbook for you. Next, we go to Jacob up in Minnesota. Jacob checks in several new logs since the last stream earlier this week. I happened to check my Kiwi at about 8:30 a.m., 2 hours past sunrise, and noticed that Iowa and Missouri stations were in fairly well across the band. I quickly checked for a few of my unheard Iowa stations, and sure enough, there was one of them, 1480 KLEE in Iowa. We'll say Iowa. I have spent quite a few evenings looking for them at sunset. Thanks to Pennsylvania's monthly EAS test, I logged 560 WFIL in Philly and 580 WHP in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. I also logged 1410 KIIX in Fort Collins, Colorado. I can't hear Fort Collins without thinking of WWV. With Colorado's monthly EAS test. Good conditions to the Pacific Northwest last night netted me 710 KIRO in Seattle, Washington, 840 KKNX in Eugene, and 1640 KDZR in Lake Oswego. I have had my eyes set on 840 KKNX ever since seeing their modulation very weak on my waterfall this past February. Jealous. I'm so jealous. So jealous. Atumwa. Atumwa. I don't know if you guys have ever seen the Beatles movie, The Magical Mystery Tour, right? There's a scene in there where they're out on the airstrip, and it's like right near the beginning of the movie when they're kind of getting everyone congregated to go on the bus. There's a little like circus version of She Loves You playing, right? That's what the Quintana Roo state anthem sounds like to me. Especially that beginning of it. It sounds just like, every time I hear it, I think of that movie. Every time. Well done to Jacob, my friend. New Oregon logs. Iowa, Pennsylvania. Got several new ones in there. So well done, my friend. Congratulations. And you do inspire me to keep on trucking for Oregon, man. We're going to get them in the logbook one day. They're one of the ones that I still need out that direction, so we'll get them. Next up, we have our friend Rick up in Omaha. Hey, Lloyd. Got my first 3 new AM loggings of April on Tuesday and Wednesday of this week, all thanks to severe weather warnings. Early on Tuesday morning at 01:16 Central Time, I got WJOI. 1340 in Milwaukee with EAS tones at the start of the tornado warning that included portions of Jefferson, Walworth, and Waukesha counties. You guys, y'all talk about our state and road names and city names down here in Louisiana. My goodness. All of which are in the Milwaukee metro area. WJOI was my first 1340 logging from Wisconsin, and it means that I now have at least one station from Wisconsin on each of the graveyard frequencies from my QTH, which is Omaha, by the way, for those of you who missed that. Next Wednesday morning at 00:16 Central Time, I got EAS tones on 1590 that were faint but readable. Checking 2 online receivers for severe weather statements, I was able to verify the source of those tones as much wanted WTVB in Coldwater, Michigan, which was airing a tornado warning for Hillsborough and Branch counties in far southern Michigan. This was my Michigan logging number 22 from South Dakota QTH. Finally, at 20:43 Central Time on Wednesday evening, I got a new one on 1400 with a signal that was almost even with my semi-local down the road in Lincoln. What I heard were does not ES tones, but rather a male announcer, perhaps a meteorologist, one of the local TV stations, reciting the following. Right now in Racine in Kenosha, if you look off to your west, this was a tornado warnings, and they were going off for the second night in a row in the Milwaukee area. The Racine Kenosha mentions pointed right to WRJN in Racine, which was obviously airing the audio from one of the TV stations in Milwaukee. My second new Wisconsin graveyarder in less than 48 hours, and Wisconsin number 60 from Omaha. My man, using the tools that are available. Joe says still easier than saying Chifuncta. You got a point on that one. Bogachita. We could throw them some curved balls, my friend. We could throw them some big, and I'm not even talking about the stuff down in the city. I'm just talking about all the ones up here on the North Shore. Chifuncta, Bogafalaya. Oh yeah, we could have some fun. Well done to you, Rick, my friend. Bunch of new ones up in your way. I knew Racine and Kenosha because of A League of Their Own, right? I knew that one. Coming up next hour, we've got some big ones in here. Some big shout-outs from Aiden, from Dave up in Montana, and Stuart up in Michigan. So we'll do you guys in round 2. You still have time to get yours in. dxchallenges.com/shoutout. Get those suckers in. We'll read them out here on the air, and we'll blow the horn of victory in your direction as well. I do want to talk about some antenna stuff because we said we were going to do that this hour, but we did a little more time on the FM list piece. Before we get to our next session of DX, which is coming up here in a moment, I just remembered this one. This was on my agenda today. This is, you can't really see it very well, the lighting. I'm going to try to fix that this summer. This is a little black, actually it's a gun range bag that I found at sportsmansguide.com. But I am purposing it for portable FM DX, portable DX in general, but especially portable FM. What can you find in this bag? Well, you'll find a foldable Bluetooth keyboard. You'll find a USB hub. You'll find a USB cable for a TEF radio. You'll find in this pocket one of these little wimpy antennas. They're actually not that bad once you get them outside, but it's not my first choice. Some spare telescopic whips, though. This little guy, one of those little... God, you can't see it for nothing, can you? How about now? Here, can we do this? One of these little guys. You've seen these little radios. Again, they're not super great, but they are handy, and they're actually not too bad on FM. Cabled earbuds, non-Bluetooth, cabled earbuds, because sometimes you have to be able to plug it in, especially for some of our radio stuff. But wait, as Billy Mays used to say, there is more. That's just the side pockets. And this is just one of the bags. I also have the big bag for the antennas, or the antenna, the big arrow antenna. Since we're gonna be talking about those in the next hour anyway. On the inside, I have my Surface Pro 6 laptop. Come on, here we go. AirSpy HF Plus Discovery. About to add an AirSpy R2 to that. It's on order, on its way. An FM bandpass filter, which we're going to talk about in this next hour. My NXP Nano. You can see that one. How bright that is. NXP Nano TEF. Also, my DP666 TEF as a backup. So, why am I showing this to you guys? Well, this is going to be one of our topics for next week is portable FMDX. Getting out into the elements, even though it sounds like I'm in a wind tunnel right now. Getting out in the elements and doing your FMDX away from noise and outside. So we're going to be looking at that a little bit more next week as one of our topics, but also because we will be talking about the antenna part that we have for our portable setup, the Arrow antenna. We already talked about that a couple weeks ago when we first got it set up. And we used it outside at the lakefront, but we're also going to talk about that and some other antennas here in the next hour, specifically for FMDX. All right, let's do some live DX because it's about that time. This DX session, let's do that, is brought to you by, there's W Logger. There's that Arrow antenna. That's the Arrow right there. This DX session is brought to you by the International Radio Club of America, IRCAonline.org. Let's take a really quick look, before we get into the actual DX, let's take a really quick look at the weather band. Nothing going on. So, Tropo-wise, not much happening yet here in the Gulf Coast, for us at least. I think further to the west they do, but nothing going on here. This is my, I have an AirSpy R2 with a J-pole, 162 megahertz J-pole, and that's what you see on this SDR right here, but nothing going on at 2 yet. These 5 stations you see are all local, semi-locals, so if I'm seeing anything on the 500 or the 450,
DX Central Live top of the hour alert.
Yeah, Joe, it's actually interesting because there on the lakefront, you can actually, the lake itself gives you a little bit of a tropospheric ducting boost that's very localized to being right there on the lakefront, right? So it's hyper-localized tropospheric ducting, and it boosts what's already happening tropospheric ducting-wise. So you have, like, it extends or it amplifies almost a larger tropo event. I had that when I took it down to the lakefront several weeks back during a tropo opening, and with that antenna that you saw on the screen and that little orange NXP Nano, I logged a 150 watt station out of Mexico, 670 miles from the lakefront for the first, and I'd never heard that station before. With all the different tropo openings, I'd never heard them before. So, all right, here's our big Shortwave Central AirSpy and CAS combo. You can DX off of this one as well. If you go to livedxing.com, you can DX on this antenna, and this is the big one. This is the one that looks down at Central and South America, as well as as any antenna out there, including some that are down in Central and South America. And if you click on here on livedxing.com and then scroll down to where you'll see our hosted receivers, the first one here, Shortwave Central Kiwi. That's the one you want to choose, and you'll be able to DX off the exact same antenna that we're DXing off of right here. Let me make sure I've got my full IQ going. There we go. We got our full IQ running. And let's go back up now. Let's see where we're at now here on the top end of the band. I do want to check 1550. Probably some rebellion in there. Let's go to our west end antenna. This is our 285 degree west antenna on our Kiwi here at North Shore Studios. Let's see what we have on the west antenna. I'm trying to get Arizona, KUAZ. Still a little early. We just had the sunset here. Sunset in Arizona is still probably 30 minutes away. Let's see, their sunset is 0200, so an hour. It's an hour from their sunset right now. So hope maybe we can check that next hour. KUAZ there in Tucson. This is one that our friend Mexico Mike hears regularly from down there in Mexico, so I'm hopeful that we might have a shot at it here, looking down that way on that new antenna. Let's go check out some of our other beacons for Latin America. We've got 1510 for Radio Monumental. The LAC is pretty loud. Not really hearing anything out of Monumental. We may have a chance of some solar conditions, some enhanced solar conditions over the next 24 to 48 hours, I think. There's a big hole right now in the sun, a coronal hole, that's supposedly shooting some high-speed solar winds our way. It's going to provide some auroral opportunities. Looking at the A and K index and all that kind of stuff right now, the BZ is actually a negative 7.1. A is at 4, K is at 2, though. So a negative 7.1 on the BZ right now, which is pointing towards a southern push of that auroral ring, getting it further south. If it was not negative, for our folks might be newer, if it wasn't negative, it means it's pushing further north or staying further north. When it's negative like that, it's actually now pushing towards the south. But with an A of 4 and a K of 2, it's not going to be a super strong, pronounced event, but something that might be building, right? We'll have to keep an eye on that. But right now, I'm not hearing a lot from Ecuador here. This is what we'd be looking for, is Ecuador. Let me look at 1570 to see if we have anything out of Guatemala. These are always my first two that I look at every time. Here is the, this is looking for Guatemala, which is Radio Vale. Let's listen to their live stream. Ooh, that's going to be a tough one. Stuart wants to know who's the music station. On which frequency was that on? That 1570, we just heard La Poderosa, which is XERF. $15.50. We had a music station on 1550. This is probably Tampa. WAMA. We'll stick here for a second, see if they ID. This is probably Lale. 1077, 1550 AM out of Tampa. WAMA. So we probably have here, but we'll check it out. There's also possibly some Cuban Rebelde in here, but not the accordion station. That's going to be Lale. And there's the copyright strike probably coming in now. You can almost smell it. There it is. Lale. That station that sounded sporty underneath is probably Rebelde de la Havana. Yeah, that's them. That's Rebelde de la Habana. Let's go down to 670, see if they're still coming in there too. Hey, look at that. Where is Radio Rebellion 670? That is super interessante. If they're there, they're super weak, and this is on a southern-facing antenna. So they should be booming in if they're there. And this is normally the loudest frequency for, like, quality of rebellion. 1180 is loud because there's just so many transmitters, but 670, there's a lot of transmitters, but usually it's the most clear. Okay, they're in there, but they're super weak. The station that we have on top, the religious station, that's probably WWFE down in Miami. They used to be a Spanish station, but they are no longer. They are now a religious station. This could be a frequency tonight to check, guys. 670. If normally all you get is Rebeldy, you may want to check 670 tonight. 670. I had to do it. Because And that because we just did that on this live stream, that is now dead. 6-7 is now dead. We killed it. You may want to check 670 though tonight with Rebeldi seemingly off the air. That opens up Costa Rica. Radio Managua is on this frequency at 10 kilowatts. Dominican Republic Radio Dial is on this frequency at 5 kilowatts. There's a Panamanian at 1 kilowatt. There's also Radio Rumbo out of Venezuela, Caracas, which is supposed to be 100 kilowatts. I don't know if they're actually still on the air or not. I haven't seen them reported in a while, but something to keep an eye on. There is a Colombian out of Colombia, 10 kilowatts. So there's a couple of stations here on 670 that if you can get rid of the Floridian, let me see if I can... Code Channel Canceller got rid of the Floridian. To be SCR is like a local at night. Yeah, that's going to be the tough one now, right? So if normally you get SCR, and then if you get rid of them, you get Cuba. Cuba's out of the way. You might have something else. If normally what you're getting is Cuba, like we do, especially on this antenna, you might have a shot here at something different on 670 tonight. So this is going to be something that might be worth some time spent this evening. Yeah, this might be worth a shot. You're seeing my one of my neighborhood ham radio operators there on the screen. That modulation. Pretty sure that's Morse code. Yeah, he's right around the corner from us. He's actually closer to this antenna than he is to my house. Hearing some English in there that's probably Chicago. There's a crowd effect, weak, that's Rebeldi. And there's somebody else. Could that be Costa Rica, Dominican, Colombia, or Venezuela? Good question. We'll have to keep an eye on this one tonight to see if that trend continues with Rebeldi kind of... well, I never did change my colors, did I? Oh. With Rebeldi kind of missing there on 670, we'll have to see if that trend continues, because maybe... that could be worth some time to get something new. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we have got so much to talk about. We have got to talk about antennas. We've got to talk about W-Logger. So we're going to make sure we get those two in. So don't go anywhere, my friends. More DX Central Live is heading your way after this.
DX Central, because we're all about radio. Visit us at dxcentralonline.com or check us out on YouTube. Search DX Central. DX Central Live is brought to you in part by...
For more than 90 years, the National Radio Club has been at the forefront of providing DXers with the latest in station news, DX-related technical information, and reception reports from DXers around the world. The NRC's AM radio log is the most expansive and detailed resource of station information for U.S. and Canadian radio stations that is available in any format. The club's publication, the DX News, is available in both print and electronic format and provides the latest information on call letter and format changes, construction permits, and other information to help keep DXers informed of the latest updates they may hear on the air. For more information, visit their website at nationalradioclub.org. That's nationalradioclub.org. The International Radio Club of America gives DXers incredible value by putting important station information right at your fingertips. The club's e-publication, the DX Monitor, includes DXer loggings, station information updates, international loggings, and more. Other club publications include the IRCA Mexican Log, a must-have resource for any DXer that chases stations from Mexico, the TIS-HAR list, the IRCA slogan list, sunset sunrise maps, and DXer technical guides. The joint IRCA-NRC email reflector and groups.io group is a hub for real-time DX conditions, station news, and DX-related conversation. For more information, visit ircaonline.org. That's ircaonline.org. From long wave to satellites, medium wave through HF, ham radio to scanners. If you can DX it, the Spectrum Monitor has you covered. Editor and publisher Ken Reitz has assembled a who's who of radio writers to share their knowledge and expertise from a wide range of DX-related topics. Each month, the Spectrum Monitor's columnists dive into their specialties to give readers tips, tricks, the latest news and station updates, and more. The Spectrum Monitor also provides a monthly assortment of feature articles that give in-depth insight into the past, present, and future of DXing. You can get a full year of the Spectrum Monitor for only $24. Individual issues from the current year are available for $3 each. You can also purchase previous years of the Spectrum Monitor in their entirety for as low as $12. For more information, visit thespectrummonitor.com. That's thespectrummonitor.com.
Can't get enough DX? Then the DX Central from the Static podcast is for you. Take DX Central on the go and listen to episodes from DX Central Live, interviews with prominent members of the DX community, tips, tricks, how-tos, your DX memories and stories. And that's just the start. You can find the From the Static podcast on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, iHeartRadio, Listen Notes, or anywhere you get podcasts, or by visiting FromTheStatic.net. That's FromTheStatic.net. For stories, signals, and voices from across the airwaves, don't miss the DX Central From the Static podcast.
Keep up with DX Central. Follow us on Twitter at DX Central. From the DX Central North Shore Studios, this is DXC Live. Now here's your host, Lloyd Van Horn.
It's DX Central Live from the North Shore Studios in Mandeville, Louisiana. We're about to do our usual every other year thing, where we empty out Studio A. Everything's coming out. All of it. All the computer screens and computers and feed lines and SDRs and everything's coming out. We'll be doing that on starting May 2nd. So we turn the camera off up here, right? So we get that turned off Friday night, May 1st, for the season finale. Almost immediately, we start emptying out this room. We got to do a deep clean. And, I mean, you know, especially with as much experimentation as we do with different setups and things like that, what I had 2 years ago
antennas going to SDRs and so forth has changed. So we've got a bunch of stuff we're repurposing. I have an AirSpy HF Plus Discovery that I was using for FMDX. I'm going to pull that and replace that with a new web server using that dipole antenna that we have. So there's all kinds of like movement that we're doing here. So and rerouting and rewiring, and that means all new cable management and everything else. So May 2nd, everything's coming out of the shack. We start the deep clean. I'm hoping to get that project done over the course of one weekend. Last year, it took me a couple weeks. This year, 1 weekend, please. And we can be back up and ready. I want to do it early on. I always do it right after the last episode, early on in the FM season, so we don't hopefully miss anything. I'll still have some SDRs and autologgers running in the back room and the shortwave central stuff, but the main, this studio here will be offline for a minimum of a couple of days. So that will impact some of our web servers. So one of those web servers, the FMDX .livedxing.com, the one on the 33-foot log periodic, the OG, that will be offline while we do this. The Kiwi will be offline here at DX Central. The shortwave central one will still be up and running, but our Kiwi here with the antenna switch will be offline for a couple days. So at least. We got shout-outs to get to this hour. You still got time to get yours in, dxchallenges.com/shoutout. But first, I want to go ahead and dive into our main kind of topic that I wanted to hit tonight. There were two. One of them was the FM list, W-Logger, and then the antenna. So let's go ahead and talk about W-Logger. This actually will be a pretty easy conversation. Pretty quick. W-Logger through the WTFDA, the Worldwide TV FMDX Association. You do need to be a member to utilize this. So it's a lifetime membership. I think it's $10. Get you a lifetime membership. So go ahead, get your membership, pay for it one time, and you get access to this wonderful interface. This is W-Logger. I'm not going to put the link in because you have to be a member to get to it. You'll have to have a login and all that kind of stuff. So go to, I will give you this link though. Let's go to WTFDA.org. I will give you this link so you know where to go for membership and how to become a member. We also have a video on this topic on our preparing for the FMDX season. We also have a video on this exact same topic here. So this video walks you through the WTFDA station database and W-Logger. Okay, they've done some redesign to W-Logger a little bit from that video. I believe that those redesigns came after we did our video, I think. So this is just a refresher, but this is also another one of those places where you can submit your logs, and it helps the rest of us kind of know what's going on. Now, there's not to my knowledge, unless I've missed anything new, there's not an alert that you can have emailed you when there is an activity going on. Okay, but you can do a couple things here. You can enter your logs. Now, I'm going to tell you the things I like about W-Logger. I'm going to tell you the things I don't like about W-Logger. Let me go back and do the things I don't like about FM List before I do that, because I want to be fair here. I don't want it to sound like I'm, kind of hitting on one in particular. I want to be fair. What I don't like about FM List. I don't like... Where did W-Logger go? W-Logger, where did you go? I moved it out of the way. Oh, there it is. So this is W-Logger. I don't like that there's not a discussion area. That would be nice to have. I like the lookup functionality that is on W-Logger better than I like the lookup functionality on FM List. FM List is fine. I can do the same thing. I just have to do it differently. I have to come over here and hit Control F to find what I'm looking for. So sometimes finding the station that I'm looking for on FM List is a little tricky. I will absolutely grant that is absolutely 100% accurate. Every once in a while, I run into a situation where I'm having a hard time finding the station I'm looking for, either by PI code, which you can search over here in this box right here. You can search the PI code. I forgot to mention that earlier. Or by the station call letters. That part, finding the station I want, is way easier in WLogger. Way easier. I just type in what I'm looking for. I set my propagation. I go over here and I type in WKNN or whatever it is I'm looking for, and I hit find, and then it pulls it up. And then I can put my notations in here and then hit submit. And that's it. Now let's talk about what I don't like about WLogger. The things that I don't like. That if hey, WTFDA folks, if you're listening, some free tips, some free advice. Let's say I go in here and I log this event. I log this station and I hit submit. Boom. I've submitted my log. Now it's there. It's on this list of logged stations. Okay. Now I want to go submit another log because I'm getting live DX coming in. I wanted to submit another log. I now have to go back over and re-engage this interface, reset my propagation mode, which if it's eSkip, it defaults to eSkip, so that's fine. But if I'm doing a Tropo event, I have to go change that to Tropo. I can look up by call sign or PI code, which is great. I can't look up by location. I can use the station DB for that. So that's how I work around that. But I can't, like, if I know I'm getting something from Colorado, for instance, I can't just look up by Colorado, right? But again, I can use the station DB, which is free to everybody. You don't have to be a member to access the station DB. We'll drop that link over here in the chat. Boom, boom. There you go. I would pull up my stations that I think I'm hearing here and kind of use this as my FM list replacement if I was going to make one or the other. I don't do one or the other. I do them both. And I suggest you do both as well because it's just better. And they're so quick, both of them, to log. It's super, super fast. So I would use this station DB to narrow down what stations I could be hearing or might be hearing. And then I go to my WLogger and I'm like, okay, it's the WKNN. So then or whoever, and I look it up and log my station. There you go. I don't like having to reset the propagation every time if I'm not doing eSkip. Like I said, it defaults to eSkip, so during eSkip season, I understand. That's great. But if there was a way for that to remember what I did and keep that propagation mode for my next logs, that would be perfect. That'd be ideal. You can log weather and TV here, which you can kind of do. You can do the weather on FM list. I don't know if you can do TV. Well, you can do TV. You can log TV. I think maybe not to the extent you can on WLogger here, but I know you can do weather and I know you can do FM on FM list. And you can put your comment. There's only one field missing here. That's RDS. Did I get RDS or not? So for my purposes, if I'm gonna, for me, this is Lloyd talking. If I'm gonna replace FM list, I need to have a way to log all the things that I want to have in my logbook. RDS is one of those, and whether it's a new log or not is one of those. I can use this comment area to do that. I can type in the PI code or RDSD code or whatever I want to type in there. I can type in the word new. It will not, like on FM list when I'm logging, I can have this to where it pre-populates, and I just click on it once, and then boop, just click on the one that I want to use. And it'll automatically, like I have my autologger D codes, console autologger. I can click in these fields and it'll give me the options of what I've done in the past. So after a while, you get this really cool thing where you can just kind of click on it, go, you're done. I can't do that in the WLogger log entry area, right? I can't do that on the whole little log comment here. I would have to type it in, and that's fine. It's not like it's a huge time drain, but it's enough of one that if I'm looking for the path of least resistance, that's where I'm kind of looking. Again, there is zero reason to not use both of these because you get stuff from this one, from WLogger, that you don't get from FM list. Number one, you have this super easy way of getting to the station log, and you can export your logs out. You can do that. You can export out your logs so that you can put those into your logbook like I was talking about earlier with FM list. You can do that. And you've got the map here. So you can see your logs on the map and anyone else's as well. So that's cool. You also have the discussion area, which I really, really like. I like being able to compare notes. I like being able to have a place where you can chat back and forth. FM list folks, if you're watching this, that might not be a bad idea to kind of incorporate into your UI as well as a discussion, conversation, chat area. That's a piece that's missing. Some way of kind of being able to compare notes with other DXers and have a way to filter that for just like, I don't want to see all the European stuff. I just want to chat with other folks in like in my area, right? In the US or whatever I might be, whatever country I might be in. So this is one area where you can get a lot of intel that way through the discussion. You can get a lot of good conversation back and forth about what's happening in that opening. So it's kind of a combination of like what we do in the Slack channel and a logging on FM list. It's like combining those two in this one user interface. I really like that. Let's do the timing thing. We did it to FM list. Let's be fair. Let's do it here for WLogger. So with this one, I'm going to have to do the whole thing where I click on that first, then look up my call sign or the station I want to log, because that is the process, right? That is the whole process I'd be doing. So let me go ahead and pull up my stopwatch. We're at a 0. I'm going to use WOSM as my station that I was looking at, right? With FM list, you assume you're already on the frequency that you'd want to be on. So that's to be factored in. You're not doing that here. You're just entering the call sign of the station you want. So ready? 1, 2, 3, here we go. Change my propagation mode to Tropo. Find. Submit. 10 seconds. 10 seconds. I was bumbling around a little bit, so that's probably closer to 8 or 9. But 10 seconds to log that station in. So there you go. I do like WLogger a lot. Oh, wow. Tornadoes going on in the Midwest, huh? You guys be safe. Some of y'all are in the path of some of this probably, so y'all be safe. Let's look at the map here. The lightning map. Oh yeah. And this is the storm front that's coming in, the cold front that's about to be coming through this weekend down here in the south, and it's going to kill our Tropo. That's a lot of activity on that frontal line there, lightning activity. So yeah, you guys definitely be safe if you're in the path of this one. That's nasty. Let's take a look at the radar itself. Oh yeah. Can I grab an overlay on this one of some alerts? Storm track. Oh yeah. Let's do the tornado alerts on this one. Take off that. So what do we have here? Got some here in Wisconsin. This one right here on the Wisconsin-Illinois border. That's there. Wonder if we have anything on the velocity. Velocity. I don't see a velocity. I see a wind speed, but not a velocity. Let me actually just pull up radar Omega here. This be a better one anyway. Let's look at this one here. Let's look at our velocity map. We've crossed over here now, right? Base velocity. Let's look at that one. Yeesh. Oh, there's a little something. Some little couplets in there. Ooh, that's nasty. Let me see if I can dim that overlay a little bit here. I forget how to do that in Radar Omega. Anyway. Ooh. Let's do velocity on this one. High res velocity. Yeesh. Yeah. Some couplets up in here. Looks like right there. That's pretty gnarly looking. And then where's the other one here? Waukesha. Oh, look at it on the look at that couplet right there on the Waukesha radar. That's pretty bad, pretty rough. Oof. Ooh, y'all be careful, please, if y'all are out in the path of this stuff. Definitely. Let's do the timing here on WLogger. One more time. I want to reset this one more time and do one more of my little KQXL I think is the station here. Not hearing it right now, but I was earlier. So let's just do this as an example. Ready? And 3, 2, 1, go. .71. So I did better this time. 7.71. So we're talking about like 2 seconds here, right? We're talking about 1 to 2 seconds of splitting hairs. It comes down to which interface do you like better. Again, there's not a reason to have to choose. You can use both, and I recommend that you do, because you're helping more people know about that opening. Because if you're doing just FM list, the WLogger folks aren't going to see it. If you're doing just WLogger, the FM folks aren't going to see it. The alert's not going to go out. Do both. It takes, you're talking total amount of time just then was about 12 seconds to log both stations. 12 seconds. Or log that station twice. 12 seconds. As you're tuning to the next frequency, you can be hitting that log on the other one. So, super easy. All right, so that's WLogger. It's super basic. You can filter the map to show different kinds of logs, different kinds of propagation down here in these buttons. You can still enter the log manually if you can't find a station that's not in their pull up. But again, I'm a big fan of just the ease of looking that up. If I had to nitpick, I would have this default to always being open, and I would have this remember my propagation mode that I chose last time. Those are the two nitpicks, and maybe add an RDS flag to say if you go to the RDS or not. That's just me. Those are my only nitpicks on WLogger. Other than that, I love it. I love it. It is super easy to use. I love the lookup feature that's there, and the discussion part is really nice. So use WLogger, use FM list, help us all out. Super easy. All right. Let me hit X there. All right, let's talk antennas. Spend the rest of our time talking antennas. You see kind of a preview here. So there's, like I said earlier, there's not as many options to just go walk into a store and go buy an FM antenna or even order an FM antenna these days as there used to be. It's you have to kind of seek it out. So that's one of the questions I see a lot on social media and different places is, where do I find an FM antenna? There are different kinds, as you guys know. There's a Yagi antenna. And what's a Yagi for our friends who are maybe not as experienced in antenna design? A Yagi antenna is like, let me find, where is it? Come on. Well, shoot. I have one easy. That's a Yagi. Okay? A Yagi antenna, what you typically find is that all of the elements, those little parts that are sticking out the side, all the elements are kind of like equal, right? So it's almost like one, if you can imagine it. You have your boom in the middle. That's the part that's like here in the middle. This is the boom right here. Okay? The elements go into the boom. And typically, they'll usually come in from this side and then go into this side. Or they'll sometimes be one long element, piece of metal that goes all the way through. And typically, they're all like it would be like one solid piece of metal from end to end. Or it may be two pieces, but it's basically acting as one solid piece of metal end to end. And they typically, you have it starting out bigger on one side. And then as you move down towards the front of it, they get smaller. And when I say bigger, I mean like wide, and then they just narrow down. So you have this kind of like almost like triangle shape as you get down to the end. The back one, that's the big one, the one back here in the back, that's called the reflector. Then you have the very front. these are the directors. Okay, the ones up front are the directors. You have one element where you have your feed point at. That's called the driven element. That's where you actually connect your coax to the Yagi antenna. That's your driven element. So normally the driven element is usually the one right in front of the reflector. Okay, you can have anywhere from 2 or more elements on a Yagi antenna. They have to follow very precise measurements as far as how wide that element is from end to end, and also the spacing between them is very precise, and the length of the boom is very precise based on the frequency of the frequencies that you're trying to receive. So for the FM band, there's a specific dimension that would be, if you're using, like in this case, a 5-element Yagi, the spacing between them has to be a certain spacing. The length of the elements, each element has to be a certain length. The length of the overall boom from end to end is going to be a certain length as well, right? So that's all needs to be very precise in order for it to be effective on the frequency range you're trying to receive. So again, in this case, this is the reflector back here, the big wide one. This is the driven element right in front of it, and all of these three are directors. The one in the front is the director, and then like these other ones are like usually called parasitic directors. So the more elements, typically the bigger boost of signal you get. One of the key things about these Yagi, two things about Yagi antennas that are super, super helpful for FMDXers. Number one, they're super directional. So whatever direction this big sucker is pointing to, the big reflector on the back end, whatever direction this is over here, you're nulling signals in that direction, and you're receiving signals towards the skinnier end, the director end. That's where the signals are coming from. And they're coming in down into here. It hits that reflector, bounces back to your driven element, and then comes down your feed line. Make sense? So think of it kind of like a satellite dish in a way. You have your little bitty LNB, the little piece that sticks out of the satellite dish. It comes in, it hits that big dish. That's your reflector. It hits that big dish and then goes back up to the driven element, which is that LNB, right? So that's kind of what's happening with the Yagi as well. You have the signal coming in, and you're pointing that director in the direction you want it to go. The signal comes in, it hits the reflector, goes back up to your driven element, and then comes down your feed line. That makes any sense. Okay. So that's a Yagi antenna. So directional, because you're pointing it in a certain direction, and the beam width on those, the beam width is how wide of a signal capture area it is. The beam width on your Yagis is typically a little bit more narrow. The wider it is, the more directions you have coming in. The more narrow it is, the more laser focused it is on the direction that you're looking at. The reflector is on the backside, this back null, there's a figure for that says, what's the front to back ratio. So how strong are the signals coming in the front? How much of a null do I get on the back side to get rid of those signals I don't want from the back? So the two things with a Yagi is the directionality. Actually, three things, I guess. Directionality, the front to back ratio, which is how good is it at nulling out stuff on the back side, and then how much gain am I getting on the front side? Whatever direction I'm pointing to, how much gain am I getting from that? So the more elements, typically, the more elements you have, the more gain you have. So a 3 element is not going to work as good as a 4 or 5 or 6 as far as the amount of gain which you're getting in. Okay, that's a Yagi antenna. Similar to that, you have a log periodic antenna. Here's another example of a Yagi here. This is a 4-element Stellar Labs Yagi that you can get from Amazon. I've used this for years and years and years and years. They work really. I know a lot of you guys do as well, and we'll try to drop some of these links in here in the chat for you as well. I'm gonna go over here to my folks at Innov Antennas. They're based out of the UK, and I'm gonna go to their online shop here, and you'll see here's an 88 to 108 megahertz broadcast section right here. So if I go here, they have a bunch of there's a 14-element Yagi, an 11-element, 8-element, 20-plus element Yagis. They get really crazy with them. There's different kinds of designs of these Yagis. Sometimes you can get these that have kind of this folded dipole here in the middle. Sometimes you get some that have like a it's a Yagi, but it has like a vertical element to it as well on the reflector. So you can get some really interesting designs on some of these. Let's talk about the log periodic. The log periodic is very similar to a Yagi antenna. And this is what we have here. We have one of these, this 4 element right here, this exact antenna. We have this here at North Shore Studios on our ELAD FDMS3 and on one of our web servers. The main difference in a log periodic is that your elements, remember I said earlier, if this is my boom, the element for a Yagi would go like this. It'd be like, even if you're connecting part of it here and part of it here, it's still acting as one solid element all the way through that boom. On a log periodic, if this is my boom, I might have one element on this side and one element on the top, right? And that's what you see here. You'll see if we kind of look at it, maybe I can zoom in a little bit. See how you have one part of your boom on top, one part of the boom in the middle, the bottom, right? And then in the middle there's a little bit of a gap. So some of these elements are on the bottom part, some of them are on the top, and it alternates. So on this side, it'll be on the top, and on this side, it'll be on the bottom. And then the next one, this one's on the top, and this one's on the bottom. And then the next element, this one's on the top, this one's on the bottom, right? So it's alternating. What these log periodics do, it's a little bit different from a Yagi antenna. On a Yagi, it's cut for a specific frequency, like my 5 element here is cut for 102 megahertz, okay? On log periodics, they're not cut for a specific frequency, they're cut for a specific frequency range. So in this case, this one is 83 to 114 megahertz. So it is designed to perform equally as good on all of those frequencies, okay? It's designed to be just as good at 88 megahertz as it is on 114 megahertz. So if you have one of those SDRs that has more of like a wide band, like if you have an ELAD FDMS3 with the entire band, or an AirSpy R2 and you're doing half the band, you're gonna be well set with a log periodic, because your maximum amount of gain and front to back ratio will be across the entire band. On a Yagi, it's going to vary based on the design of it and how it's cut and everything. The best frequency, best performing frequency is going to be a different spot. I had one that was cut for 82. I've had them cut for 92. I've had them cut for 102. I've had some that were cut for 100. Like, it depends on the design of that Yagi, what the optimal frequency is for that Yagi antenna. On a log periodic, the whole band is optimized. It's a wide band, broadband antenna for whatever frequency range it's designed for. In this case, this log periodic from End of Antennas is 83 to 114 megahertz. Okay, that's why I use it on my ELAD FDMS3, is because I have a full band SDR. I want a full band antenna, so it's performing just as good up top as it is down the middle and it is down the bottom. Okay, that's why I use that particular antenna. Keeping an eye on time. You'll also see this from time to time. You'll see a vertical. Now, this is a broadcast antenna that you can get at DX Engineering. It is a vertical antenna meant for like low power FM stations to use, but you can also use it to receive. And it's an omnidirectional receive antenna. It has these elements that stick out the bottom. Those are ground plane radials that can stick out the bottom of the antenna. And then you have this vertical element that goes up. And it is a 7.7 foot vertical antenna. And it covers 88 to 108 megahertz. You can tune it, so you can tune it to get like if you have like an antenna analyzer, you could tune it for like the best performance across the whole band or a specific part of the band or whatever. But it is omnidirectional and it's a vertical antenna, so that's another option that you could do. If you were wanting to do that custom cut Yagi antenna like we talked about before, here's Arrow Antennas. If you go to their portable antenna section, and then come down here to special order. That's where you can then plug in the frequency that you want to do. Let's say 102. Oops, it's in this one, 102. Hit tab. And now you can make it a 4, 5, or 6 element. It comes as a stock as a 3, but you can add in 4, 5, or 6 elements if you wanted to cut this. 102 megahertz is where they cut it at. If the bandwidth varies about 3 megahertz, so it can go down about 3 or up about 3 on transmit if you're cutting at 102 megahertz. It does receive the whole band, right? But it's going to perform the best about 3 megahertz up or down from 102 megahertz when it's cut at 102 megahertz. And that's what I was saying with these Yagis. They're cut for a specific frequency, and then right around there, depending on how good the bandwidth is on that cut of that Yagi, you might get optimal performance a little bit above it, a little bit below it, and then outside of that range, you'll still receive stuff, but it's maybe not as optimal as that one area where it's like really, really cooking. It's cut for. Another version of the Yagi here is the sky blue antenna. It's a modern edition of the Stereo Probe 9. This is another one that we have. We have a vintage Stereo Probe 9 here at the house, 9-element Yagi. I'll go ahead and put some of these links in here for you guys that we've looked at. There is the Stereo Probe. Here is the 4-element log periodic. They also have a 6-element at Innov antennas. They're a little pricey at Innov antennas, but the build quality is super, super good. And they are overseas, so you have to keep that in mind. There's also kind of a turnaround time on those. You can also get them from DX Engineering. I'll put this link in here so you can see. This is the DX Engineering search for FM antennas. They have some of these Innov antennas in here. Like here is a 8-element Yagi. Here's a 14. Here's an 11-element Yagi. Here's a log periodic from another brand called Create FM, or from Create. So you have a couple different options here at DX Engineering, but the rest of the Innov antennas, the full rest of their band options, of their product options for FM are on their website, which I'll put here. I'll go take you to the actual FM page here. This is their full FM page. Now with the Innov antennas, you do have to put them together, so there's a little bit of a learning curve on some of that sometimes, but just kind of keep that in mind. Let me come back to that one and that one. Here is the Arrow antennas, the special order if you wanted to. I'm just putting all these links in here in the chat for you guys. Here is the this is that 4-element log Yagi antenna from Stellar Labs. This is a very popular one. It does work very, very well. Now, another thing to note here is when you see this one, this little folded dipole element right here, where the driven element is on this Stellar Labs. This is what I use on our Shortwave Central online receiver. Okay? I took that trombone slide. That's what these are called, trombone slides, those little folded dipoles. I took that trombone slide off of that. I took the bolts off and everything and just disconnected it. Then I used this, and I'll put the link for this. This is a Channel Master matching transformer for 300 to 75 ohms. So basically this takes some of those antennas where you have like a twin lead and it matches it up for a 75 ohm coax so that you don't have when I say match, if it's not matched, you're going to have a lot of signal loss because it's not the impedance between the antenna and what you're trying to feed it with your coax are not matched up, so it's going to degrade the signal quality. You're going to lose signal because of that. So you want a good match. Well, I used one of these and I used this trombone slide here, this folded dipole, and where the screws are in right here for it to connect to this boom and this little connector here for the coax, that's where I put my balun, and then I hung it vertically on some rope, connected my coax to that balun, waterproofed it, put some rope, hung that up 65 foot high up in a tree. That is my FM, one of my FM antennas, and it works really, really well. Okay, so you could do something like that. Like, I have not been able to find that folded dipole just by itself. I did a Google search. I looked. You can get some that are like for purchase for like transmission, because that's what they usually use for transmitting a lot of times, is these folded dipoles and these little bays they have on the antenna on the tower. That's what they usually use for transmit. But a lot of times. But I haven't been able to find a commercially available folded dipole by itself. So if you're okay with buying a $53 Yagi antenna and then taking it apart and just using the folded dipole, you could do the same thing. And it is a true omnidirectional antenna. When you do that, when you take a folded dipole like that and you hang it vertically, you're creating an omnidirectional vertical antenna. Okay. Now there are, we can talk about like horizontal and vertical polarization next week. So keep that, if you have any questions about that, keep that in mind when we go into next week. This Channel Master balun that I put the link in as well, fantastic. I've actually taken that and I use that on several of my antennas. My Stereo Probe 9, I'm using it. several of my other centerfire dipole, which is this one here. This one, I have that Channel Master Ballon on there to get that best match. I replaced the stock one that it came with and used my own Channel Master that I ordered. This dipole works really well. This is about to be my fourth web server is about to be on this antenna right here. It's a vertical dipole. And so it's just a little bit of wire sticking up and a little bit of wire sticking down, and that's a dipole antenna. I got that one at 21 feet on a piece of chain link fence top rail. Got two of those stacked up on top of each other. That dipole mounted to that top rail, coax coming down. That works great. One of my auto loggers is using that exact setup. This auto logger right here. That auto logger is using that antenna, that little dipole right there. That's what that auto logger is using. So you can see it sees stuff. It sees stuff sometimes that my other antennas don't see. So this is another option that you can do. This is the Stellar Labs Omni. It's not a true Omni. They advertise it as an Omni. It's not a true Omni. There's a little bit of a cardioid kind of heart-shaped pattern to it, so you get a bit of a backside null on one side, but everything else is there. But it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I've tested it out for like portable use and things like that. It works pretty well. It's not my first choice, but it does pretty good, especially if you're like in a compromised situation like an apartment or a condo or something where you don't have a lot of room to put up a bigger antenna. This will do you well. You will be able to DX with this antenna. Okay? My dad used to always tell me, when the band is open, the band is open. Okay? Some of these other antennas like log periodics and Yagis and more exotic antennas, they help you, especially with Tropo and Meteor Scatter, which I do a lot of those too. They help you a little bit with weaker signals, but E-skip is E-skip. When the band is open, the band is open. You can DX off of a boombox with a telescopic whip during a good E-skip opening. I've done it. Okay? So this antenna will serve you well if you're especially in a compromised situation, portable DX antennas at apartments or condos, something you need to put out real quick and bring it back in. This antenna will do well for you. Okay? And it is $15. It's hard to beat that price. There's that Stereo Probe 9. I already put that link in. It's a big antenna. It's a very big antenna. Just keep that in mind. Another thing, if you're going to do any kind of splitting of your signal when you are bringing your antenna coming in, you want to put that antenna to one more radio, like two radios, or in some cases, I guess, more. I recommend these Channel Master splitters. They are fantastic. Every time you split that signal, you're losing 3 dB of gain. You're losing 3 dB of signal. You're losing for every time. So in this case, you lose 6 dB when you split it twice. Now this is 9. This is a lot. I'm not doing the math in my head. So there you go. Channel Master makes some good stuff. I wonder if they still have antennas. Outdoor TV antennas. Not great for FM. Not super great for FM, but I mean you could if you were in a pinch. But they do have this little FM dipole here, I guess, horizontal dipole, so that could be worth it. They make good stuff, so that could be another option for you. This FM dipole from Channel Master, that could be good. Do you worry about lightning or static hitting your antennas? Yes. Whenever we have a lightning storm, a thunderstorm in my area, I immediately unplug all of my antennas, especially the ones that are up, right? All of them come unplugged, but especially the metal FM antennas, especially the ones that are up like in the trees or higher up, those absolutely come unplugged. And I'll have to find the link and put it in the chat here in a bit. There is a F connector that's not, you don't have to screw it off. Like with a normal F connector, you have to unscrew it, and then screw it back on. That becomes old after a while. This one, you just slip it right on, and it makes it so much easier and quicker. I'll have to find it. I got a bunch from Amazon, and they work really, really well. They haven't given me any fits. So something to kind of keep in mind if you're wanting to if you need to have a quick way to disconnect everything. during a lightning storm. This is a bandpass filter. This basically rejects everything that's not FM and only passes what is FM. So that can be a good way to help reduce noise and interference from like high-powered AM stations and things like that. We already did the dipole. All right, 2 more things. This right here is called the Kits KT501. This is a low noise amplifier. If you are running a long feed line, if you're running splitters or anything else that might be reducing your signal, this KT501 amplifier here from Kits is a fantastic option to give you amplification, but without introducing any new noise. A lot of these other amplifiers you see on like RCA, even some of the Channel Master ones, they're a little noisy. You need a low noise amplifier to not introduce any new noise. And what these actually do is they level set the noise floor for you and overcome any feed line loss or splitter loss, things like that. So you're not wanting to throw a ton of gain on these things, just enough to overcome your feed line loss, your splitter loss, things like that. Every single one of my antennas has one of these, so I can level set the noise floor. My FM antenna, my TV antennas, my weather antennas, every single VHF antenna that I have, all of them have that amplifier on them. Okay, I use this one, the outdoor version, so I can mount it on my mast. You can also do the indoor version as well if you don't have like a mast or whatever you're mounting outside. But those are really, really good for low noise amplification. I cannot recommend them enough. They're a pain to connect. There's tight quarters in there screwing those F connectors on. I use a pair of needle nose pliers to help me, but they're still a pain. I don't like that part of it, but once you get it connected, man, do they work. They work really, really well. And that brings me to my last antenna option here. I know we're coming up on top of the hour. The Faulkner FM loop antenna. As a matter of fact, we're going to come back to this one. Let's do our top of the hour DX here, and then I want to talk about this Faulkner loop because I have 2, one up in the attic, one behind me in the living room that I use for like quick deploys. These are fantastic FM antennas, and I want to make sure we have plenty of time to talk about them. Actually, nope. Let's do this one. This DX session brought to you by the National Radio Club, nationalradioclub.org. That's where you want to go for more information about becoming an NRC member. Let's go back now. Actually, let's go do this AMDX here. Let's go to 1550. We're coming up on top of the hour here. Let's go see if we have anything from Tucson, Arizona. If JoJo is showing up here. Actually, I would be on my Kiwi here. Let's connect to my local connection on my Kiwi on our west-facing CAS antenna. That 4-element log periodic, Matthew, is... I think it was this link. The 4-element... they had a call for price. I don't remember. I want to say it was maybe 2 something. I don't remember off the top of my head. So there's Lale again. No sign of Arizona there. Lale is just booming in. If I had to do it all over again for that log periodic, I would probably get the 6. I think it was like 3 something, 300, 350 for the 6 element. And so I was saving a little bit of money by doing the 4. I should have gotten the 6. The 4 element does really, 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 really well. Don't get me wrong. But a little more front to back ratio for my Tropo openings here would have been nice. That's why. E-skip, it's fine. It's good. That 4 element is more than good. For Tropo, when we're getting, especially when we're getting those Tropo openings, we're getting both west and east coasts of the Gulf, having the ability to null out the other side with a deeper front to back ratio would have been nice. And it's still really good with the 4, but I think the 6 will be a little boost. Maybe I'll do that eventually. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, shout outs. We got that coming up. I apologize, guys. We had a lot to cram in tonight. Okay, so no Arizona. No Arizona here on 1550 tonight. It's Lale, it's Rebeldy, so that's going to be our top of the hour DX. I do want to talk about this, and then I want to do a really quick talk about feed lines here in a moment as well to wrap up this antenna discussion. This is the Faulkner FM loop antenna, and you'll see the dimensions that are on here. It's 30 inches by 30 inches a box. I used RG6, I think RG6 quad shield, but definitely, at least RG6, RG59, something like that, for your to make this loop. So I use a wooden frame. Okay, I got like some wooden dowels or some wooden square wooden dowels from local hardware store. Put that together as a frame, and then I just zip tied this coax around that wooden frame, and then I had the center line and the center conductor and the shield, right? And then I brought those in and soldered that to a connector and an F connector and connected everything up. I think I had soldered a wire to the shield on both sides and a wire to the center conductor on both sides, and then soldered those 2 wires to the F connector. I think is what I did. And you can tweak the designs on this a little bit, make it a little bit bigger if you want a lower frequency, like the lower half of the band, specialized like non-commercial, or you can make it a little smaller if you want the upper half. This is cut for roughly middle, I think 90. I think I remember right when I did this one, I did it right at 30 inches, and I got right at 96, 98 megahertz for my my peak resonance. So if you're wanting to DIY an option, this Faulkner FM loop, it works the same way as an AM loop. As you turn it, you're nulling one direction, and you're getting you're nulling 2 directions and getting the other 2, right? So, and if I remember right, I think it's lengthwise. So whatever direction that the antenna is pointing is the direction that your signals are coming in. Your null is broadside. Okay. So this would be your signal, your bidirectionality, and then a broadside here, whatever direction this is. So if these are north and south, then east and west is getting nulled. I have one of these up in my attic, and that's one of my fail safes for lightning storms. So I can still, if there's an E opening during a thunderstorm, which happens here, I can still FMDX on my Faulkner loop. I have another antenna up there too that I can use, but really, really, really good antenna. So if you're a little handy with making stuff, maybe a little good with the soldering iron, nailing stuff together to make that wooden frame, that kind of stuff, or at least using PVC. I use PVC as well. PVC works great. You don't have to have the wooden frame and the nails and the glue. You can just put together some PVC, just cut it to the right size, and you can zip tie that right to the outside of that loop. I also did one of these where I put the coax inside the PVC to make it for outdoors, so I could have an outdoor Faulkner loop. It worked pretty good. It worked pretty good. So I'll put this link in the chat as well. If you have the desire to DIY your own antenna. Blazer Bobcat says, can the Faulkner antenna be used indoors, outdoors, or both? You can, if you build it to be outdoors, you can use it outdoors. Like I said, I put mine, I put my outdoor one, I put inside of PVC and sealed up the PVC. And then I had my F connector poking out of the bottom of that PVC, and I put silicone around that to seal it or whatever to keep all that waterproof. And I just left it outside, and I had a center T, right? So I had a T, PVC T, that brought in the 2 sides and then connected to a piece of PVC, like a PVC mast. And that was that. And then I just turned it whichever direction I wanted to, and it was good to go. So yeah, if you build it to be waterproof, you can put it outside. But if you're using like the wood and kind of the wire like exposed like that, if you're going to do it that way, I mean, if you're using wood, be careful. But let's say you were zip tying that to the outside of a piece of PVC, Then you can take like a project box you can get from Amazon or whatever, like we use for like our transformers for AM antennas. You can get a project box, and that's where you can have all your components and your hookup and your F connector or whatever kind of BNC, whatever you're using. You can have all that inside that and waterproof that, and then you're fine, right? So if you take steps to waterproof it, yeah, you can absolutely use that outside. You could even put a light TV rotor on one of these and turn it from inside your house. So that's what I like about these. They're super, super versatile. You're not going to get much gain. It's about the same gain as a 3-element Yagi. Right? So it's going to perform about as well as a 3-element Yagi, but instead of one direction being null on the backside, it's bidirectional and null off the broadside. That's the difference. All right. Real quick, let's talk about coax. Most of what we do on FM is going to be 75 ohm. You want low loss, especially if you're going long runs. And when I say long runs, I'm meaning anything over 50, 75 feet is a long run for VHF. If you're at 100 feet or more, you definitely want to go low loss. If it's a shorter run, you're usually okay. Even with a KITS KT501 low noise amplifier to overcome feed line loss, you still want to have something that's got good shielding to get rid of noise and is as low loss as possible. So RG11, super, super good 75 ohm low loss. They make direct burial versions of it. You can find, I get mine on Amazon from the satellite, Fat Satellite, I think is who it is, on a PHAT, Fat Satellite on Amazon is the seller. That does the RG11. I get the gel flooded. That way, if there's any nick in the coax jacket, the gel flooding keeps it waterproof, so it doesn't allow anything moisture to get in. And they have these really nice, thick screw-on connectors that have like a little piece of rubber on it to protect the connection. It's really good stuff, and it's not expensive. It's not super, super expensive. You can get pretty. I've got a couple 100-foot runs of that for some of my antennas, not for FM. And they're like $50 for 100 foot. It's not bad. But yes, if you're it's probably gonna be 75 ohm. Probably F connectors more than likely. You can get adapters for BNC and stuff like SMA and stuff like that. RG6 quad shield works really, really well, and it's a little cheaper than the RG11. RG6 quad shield is what I've used for years. You can use RG6. I would keep it to like 25 feet or less. Anything more than that, go to the quad shield, because you are going to have more loss with a longer run of RG6. RG59, I wouldn't even bother with it. Even all of my internal jumpers, like from the window to the splitter, from the splitter to the radio, whatever, all of my little jumpers that I have, little 3 1-foot jumpers, they're all RG6 quad shield. I don't allow RG59 to be used for any of my feedline stuff. It's just, it's good for like scanners and stuff, but for FM, where I need as little noise as possible, especially for meteor scatter and tropo, don't skimp on it. RG6 quad shield, RG11, those are your two best. You can get more expensive and better quality. It's not going to be noticeable. RG6 quad shield is really, really good. RG11 is the best one, in my opinion, for feed line for a 75 ohm system. So I am looking into a common mode choke for FM this year. I'm looking into making one. I will let you guys know how that goes, to try to reduce some of the noise from the coax line, to see if that helps at all. I haven't done anything with it yet. I've got some of the parts in the workshop. I just got to have some time to build it, but I'm going to try that out this year and see if I can make it work. We'll see. But 75 ohm, RG6 quad shield, RG11, those are your best bets for feed line. It's shout out time.
Hear the call for every signal, big or small, from AM to FM, from C to C. We celebrate the ones who slag the IT. Shout out loud, let it be known, you're never DXing all alone. Through the static we found our way. Shout outs making waves today.
Yeah. We've been fitting in so much tonight talking about that our last round of shout-outs is super late tonight, but that's okay. We're here. You guys are here. We're here. And we're celebrating together. Starting with Aiden up in Michigan. Aiden says, I did some DXing today. It was mostly there's the same stations, but I did relog some good London and Cleveland stations. So London, not London. Both 100 to 125 miles away, but was really hoping for Erie or Buffalo, but there was just a little too much enhancement to the north for 102.5 not to be occupied by regional pest WIOG, and there was a little too much southern enhancement to keep WCKY off of 103.7. That's the problem here. The openings are too general, which just brings in the pest stations from every direction, and these usually results in no good DX. I wish there were more real Tropo openings instead of general enhancement. We're going to talk about that in a second because I feel you. Here's the difference. This is what Aiden says. This is the difference between a true opening and tropospheric enhancement. A true opening is where you get stations, usually not pests, from one single direction. It can't be more than one. Say the east, where you would expect stations from Erie, Buffalo, Kitchener, Hamilton, Toronto. Haven't heard Hamilton or Toronto yet, but here's an example. And some rarer Cleveland, Northeast Ohio stations. Enhancement, on the other hand, can sometimes be focused in one direction, let's say the southeast, but it's usually weak. And the opening is not super hyper-focused on the southeast, usually Sandusky, Fremont to Cleveland, Akron, but you can also get northern pests such as Flint and Saginaw, western pests from Lansing, Kalamazoo, and Grand Rapids, southern pests from northwest Ohio. Enhancement serves to enhance the pests you get sometimes with scatter on any normal day. Never expect a station from over 150 miles during enhancement. I seriously can't wait for e-skip season if Tropo is going to be this mid. I feel you on that one because we get that here. Now, we can get both directions. So I get Tropo from the east and from the west and from the southwest and the southeast. I've gotten full Gulf Tropo before. But it's like the same ones. It takes a special opening to get us like further inland. Once you've kind of gotten what you get from a good Tropo opening, then you start to kind of know, okay, I'm going to get Mobile. I'm going to get Pensacola. I'm going to get Tallahassee. If it's still pushing further, now I'm getting into like Gainesville and Jacksonville. Am I going to get further down towards Orlando, right? Like that's, am I going to go up into Georgia? Ooh, that's now you got me really excited. We're getting up into Georgia or South Carolina. That's the really good Tropo. So you do get to this point where when you have enough Tropo, where it can be a lot of the same ones, but sometimes you get that opening where even if it's in a direction you've kind of thoroughly beat the path down, you can still get some new stuff. So, anyway, he says, enough ranting. I'm going to share my new logs in April so far. 100.1 WNIR in Kent, Ohio. I was hearing a guy and a girl talking on 100.1 with no music playing. I looked on FM List, and there was a station to the southeast where most of the enhancement was coming in from that day. That's that thing I was talking about earlier, too, that Tropo scatter, where it's just kind of boosting the signals that are normally fringe for me, like KSMB or some of these others. Normally they're kind of fringe, they're out of my way. During deadband conditions, it's not a big deal. I mean, maybe it's a nice frequency. And if the e-skip hit during a deadband day, great. But if it hits during a Tropo date, dang it. Because now I got this Tropo enhancement boosting these fringe stations to a point where now they're a problem and the e-skip can't break through. That's kind of what he's talking about, right? That's that enhancement where it's like normally it's a pest, but it's not that big of a deal. But now when the Tropo kind of boosts it, now it's annoying. Of course, it's enhancement. It's Michigan. You can't get anything on 102.5 besides WIOG to save your life, with the exception of a true opening towards the east where you can get WBKV. 107.9 CKBG in Tillsonburg, Ontario. This is one of my one of the few decently local and distant stations I never logged prior to a couple of days ago, that is, when I was able to null my local Spanish station to hear a Canadian AC format. Yeah, sometimes you get those openings where, like, you look at it, you're like, how have I not logged this station before? I'll have to go back and look at my logbook during my shout-outs, but there was one I got recently. It was like a local station, but I've never heard them before. It was just the right kind of Tropo to get that one station for me. Because if it's a certain kind of Tropo, it's going to give me a whole different station from further away. During deadband, they're just out of reach enough where I can't hear them based on their power. But if you get the right kind of Tropo, there they are. All right, I'll post an air check of some real DX, the real opening. Here's my recording WBUF from July 29th, 2025. My first FM radio station from the state of New York. Oh, yes, summer and early fall where actual openings are actually common and not just enhancement. There you go. Well done, my friend. So some new logs in the logbook for Aiden up there in Michigan. Well done, my friend. And I feel you. I do. I feel a lot of times I look on the Tropo forecast map, which we'll look at here in a bit, and I get excited. I'm like, ooh, Tropo. And then I look at where it's coming from, like, it's going to be Mobile. It's going to be Pensacola again. It's like that scene from European Vacation, National Lampoon's European Vacation. Hey, kids, look, Big Ben, Parliament. It's kind of what the Tropo feels like sometimes. Dave in Montana, I took Lloyd's advice and extended my 10x20 Super Loop to a 15x50, and it performs much better. More wire in the air, more capture area, more signals. I aimed it at 165 degrees through the center of Mexico, and all the stations to the south are much louder, and I barely hear my beloved Calgary pest anymore. It improves your front-to-back ratio, that nulling capability on the backside, and it boosts your signal capture from the direction you want. Bigger antenna, that's what happens. Up to a point on AM. So far, I've added over 25 new stations with the loop, including 1150 XERM, sorry. Radio Mexicali, and that's I'm not sure where that was. 540 XETX La Ranchera in Nuevo Casas Grandes in Chihuahua. New big houses. Chihuahua is a new Mexican state for me, so we'll get you. Oh, that reminds me, Rick, if you're still there, I'm sorry, dude. I completely dropped the ball on this one. I totally forgot. This is for Rick. This Wisconsin cheese is for Rick. That's my bad, dude. That's my bad. Too much. And that's what happened. Okay. Back to Dave. The highlight of this week has been something I never expected. I logged 1620 Radio Rebelde in Bayamo, Cuba at 0302 Zulu on April 13th. That is a new country and also a new distance record for me at 2529 miles. 2,529 miles. From Montana. Yeah. Twice the cheese. I've included a short clip of Rebelde's distinctive 9-note melody. Man, that thing cuts through like knife through hot cheese. The entire fade in and fade out was 441, so I'm glad I was able to catch it on my 15x50 Super Loop. I now have the loop pointed at 90 degrees, which is straight through northern Midwest. I hope to scoop up some new stations, especially on graveyard frequencies, which I've been digging into lately. Yeah, good job. You're going to love it in the summertime, man. It's harder. It's much harder, but you're going to get more of those kind of closer in graveyards than you might get in the wintertime. I just broke 300 logs since I've been back in the hobby, and I'm having a blast. Thanks for all the camaraderie-ship and support. My man, you got it. Here's that clip of Radio Rebellion from Montana. Here we go.
Lo que necesitas para estar al día. Las noticias.
Yeah. There you go. The way I always remember it is Rebelde, Rebelde, Rebelde. I don't know if that's what they're doing, but that's how I remember it. So we start off with a new country for our friend Dave up in Montana. We're going to stamp his passport. There we go. And yeah, let's mark that sucker down right. There's Cuba. That's a new Latin American station as well. We also got new Mexican state here for him. Chihuahua. And he broke that distance record, so a milestone achieved. And I'm going to also do this because he saw an opportunity to improve his setup, to improve his antenna, make it bigger, put it in the air, saw the results. Put a plan together, executed the plan, improved his setup. He got the results. Man, that's what it's all about. To me, I mean, everybody's different in how they approach this DX thing. But to me, if I'm trying to achieve a certain result and I'm not getting that result, I got to figure out how I'm going to get it. Sometimes that's a different antenna. Or sometimes that's making your antenna bigger or changing the where it's pointed or the kind of antenna. Sometimes it's a new SDR or a new tactic, a time of day that you DX, changing a different frequency. There's all kinds of things. We talked about researching targets before on this live stream this season. Sometimes it's that. Well done, man. Well done. I have so much time for those conversations about, you know, when we find that station that we're like targeting after, or that hole in our logbook that we're trying to get taken care of, so we make a tweak. It doesn't mean you have to go out and spend a big bunch of money to buy stuff. You can make it. That CAS antenna I put up this weekend, I had to pay for the masts to hoist it up because I didn't have a tree I could use. 285 degrees, 25 by 50. Hiccups. Walter in Albany, Georgia. I'm gonna get to you next year, Stuart. Walter in Albany. WHBC 1480 in Canton, Ohio at 662 miles. WWOS 810 in Walterboro, South Carolina, 236 miles. WTRU 830 Kernersville, North Carolina, 391 miles. WOZK 900 in Ozark, Alabama, 89 miles. He's in Georgia. Albany. WGOK, got that one. WGOK 900 Mobile, Alabama, 238 miles. We didn't see that one yet. WENN 1320 Birmingham, Alabama, 208 miles. The new Star 92 FM. And what's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 new logs for our friend Walter over there in Georgia. Well done, man. All right, next up we got our friend Stuart up there in Michigan. Our jingle guy at DX Radio got some new jingles in from Stuart this last week. I just got to spend some time here soon to put those in place and do a bunch of new... I have a bunch of music I got to put on, and new imaging I got to put in there. I've been head down with that dashboard, man. That's been the time drain this last several weeks. Now it's about the Summer DX Challenge. That's the new time drain. All right, Stuart's up in Michigan. What an awesome Tropo opening to multiple directions this morning. First, a shout-out to a new, somewhat low-power semi-local station I received this past Saturday morning, which Aiden may find of interest. Aiden? EC Radio Canada Premier 1055 CBEF2 in Windsor, Ontario. 36 miles over multiple semi-locals. I also thought it'd be interesting to let you guys know of another rather unexpected station I heard DXing from a low-noise park in the area. See, sometimes it pays to get yourself out there outdoors. With barely any Tropo present this past Tuesday afternoon, I was able to catch my second ever station from Ann Arbor of Moody Radio, 90.1 WMBI in Chicago, Illinois, 220 miles. Again, no Tropo, or barely any Tropo present. Went out to a low noise area in a park and got a 220-mile reception from Chicago, mixing with a few other closer relogs on that frequency, which is one of my most open channels. See, he knows his band. He knows his band, and he knows that if he gets a little further away from some noise into a quiet location, that's going to bring the noise floor down. Those weaker signals come up, and he gets a 220-mile Chicago station in the result of that. I was really excited to go up to the top floor this morning to catch an amazing Trompo opening with quite a few new stations heard, as well as my second ever receptions of 100.5 WWKI in Kokomo, Indiana, and 102.5 K-Love in Buffalo, New York. I also received Force. Don't you wish K-Love was like, you're listening to the Love Doctor on K-Love? Don't you wish it was kind of like that? It'd be more fun. Not that K-Love isn't fun. I'm not dissing K-Love. It's just so many of them. I did a slogan analysis for our data dashboard. K-Love won by far and away. K-Love is the most used slogan in the United States for FM. And it's not even close. That's why I'm saying I wish it'd be more fun if there wasn't just so many of them. I also received 4 stations mixing over top of each other on the .55 for NOAA Weather Radio, including my first ever portable reception of KIG 86 in Columbus, Ohio at 166 miles. The rest of my new catches this morning include 100.1 The Ranch, CHLP in Listowel, Ontario. Yeah, Listowel. That's where Jared Keto's from, the guy who made Letterkenny. And a lot of Letterkenny is based on Listowel. I love that show. 99.9 The Fox, CFGX in Sarnia, Ontario, 80 miles over Strong Semi-Local. Smile FM 91.5 WVMV in China Township, Michigan at 64 miles. Smile FM 88.5 WCTP in Gagetown, Michigan, 107 miles. Repeater of 630 CFCO, 91.3 CFCO FM in Chatham. I got it. Before I even got to the pronunciation, I got it. 84 miles mixing with a crazy strong semi-local. And 94.9 The Beat, W235BH in Perrysburg, Ohio, 44 miles over a strong local. For my shout-out, my final shout-out of this morning's Tropo, I got a new station in the logbook that I've been chasing for about 7 months. After nulling a Tropo Pest, WAJI Lloyd, I found a morning show in its shadow with excited DJs, but didn't think anything of it until they went to an ad break which mentioned Wisconsin as a summer getaway destination. The ad immediately piqued my interest, and I found it interesting that they went back to the morning show without an ID after the break. Because the DJ's time check was in Central Time, I was wondering if this could be, in fact, my target station. I waited patiently for their morning show bit to end, going into a rock song. I was pretty sure I'd heard my target station slogan, although as soon as that happened, conditions immediately flipped over to another Tropo Pest WVXG. That's how that goes, unfortunately. After the opening, I found today's aforementioned morning show on YouTube and was able to legitimately confirm finally hearing that target station. We have to do what we have to do, right? That is such a great tip. I hadn't thought of that. If you're hearing a morning show, or if you have a recorded radio show either on YouTube or on the station's website, use that, right? To go back, if you weren't pulling up their stream at the time, maybe they have a recording of that show on their website. Great tip, man. I am really impressed. That is Will Rock, WIIL 95.1 in Union Grove, Wisconsin. Yeah, IIL. 212 miles, goal achieved, clip attached. You have no idea how much I'm geeking out over Lloyd's amazing sporadic e-data analysis project version 2.0. He's one of our patrons, so he has early access. You can do that too, by the way, patreon.com/DXCentral if you want that early access to take a look at this sucker. Tonight will unfortunately be my last episode of the season that I'll be able to catch live, but you guys will definitely want to be tuned into the season finale for his big CDAP reveal on May 1st. I'm looking forward to catching it on the replay. My man, you are not wrong. You're not wrong. I'm about to add 2 more maps to that. One is for logged counties, and the other is for the station research area, is for the WTFDA data of how many stations are in each county. So I'm about to add that based on the conversation that was happening in Slack last night. I'm like, ooh, I should add that to the dashboard. So we're about to add a county map. Can't wait. Here is the catch that he had of his big target, 212 miles, Union Grove, Wisconsin, WIIL. There it was. There was that Will Rock. Yes, you will. And kudos, my friend, starting off with some cheese for you as well for the new Wisconsin log. We got a hankering for some Gouda, a little cheddar, a nice crumbled blue, perhaps. Maybe some Munster. I know. How about an aged Swiss? There we go. New logs as well for our friend, Mr. Stewart up there in Michigan. And he achieved a goal as well. He targeted the station. He was like, you know what? I'm going after this. I'm going to get it. And he made it happen. So we celebrate all the celebrating for our friend Stewart. Yes, there we go. I forget how long-winded that guy is. All right, let's take a look at our shout-outs here, and then we'll call it a night. How about that? Put this up on screen so we can share our logbook with y'all. Start with some weather logs. Got a couple new weather logs this week from some Tropo. Let me sort this by date. Here we go. 3 new weather logs since last we met. Right? 17th, 10th, yeah. Starting with WWF 86 in East Point, Florida. I forget how many miles that was. It was like 2... Was that the long one? I think it was 314 miles, maybe? Somewhere in there. It was a little bit distant. On the .5, WWH 20 in Westville, Florida. Same night, right after that. On the .45, we have air checks of both of those up on YouTube. You can go check them out. And then, I think it was last night, right? Or the 14th. We had WNG 635 out of Selma on the .45. Coming in from some Tropo. That's the Birmingham. That's one of Les Rayburn's locals. So that puts us at 24 now. No weather radio stations logged. And we're going to get more this year. If we get some openings that push into that on eSkip, I'm going to prioritize no weather radio logs this year. I didn't last year because after 2024 sucking so bad for FMEs, I was like jonesing. I just kind of didn't remember to go to 162. But this year, if we get anything pushing up there, I promise you, we will be getting some 162 in the log, eSkip. On the FM side of thing, here's that one I was talking about, that local where it was just the right kind of Tropo. This is on 90.9, which is normally covered up by a local HD sideband, IBOC sideband. Well, they were just strong enough to come in, but not, the Tropo wasn't strong enough to bring in some of the typical like regional stuff that comes in via Tropo, because normally that's what covers this one up. This is KSLU out of Hammond, which is like 20 miles that way. So seriously, it's like super, super close. I can't believe I hadn't heard Hammond yet. KSLU, Southeastern Louisiana University. But between the local on 90.7, that's WWOZ, our local here in New Orleans, their HD sideband on 90.9 usually wipes out Hammond. But there was just enough Tropo to bring him in with the baseball game. And then on the AM side of things, the big one was KOKK last night out of Huron, South Dakota on 1210. Thanks to Jacob for the tip on that one. And there you go. That's our log. So we'll make this one easy. New logs. Oops, I'm on the wrong thing here. Now we can do it. There we go. New logs. All right, that's going to do it for tonight. The only thing I didn't get to on our topic list was the early catches, how to catch an eSkip opening or Tropo opening early. We kind of touched on it a little bit with the maps and the e-alerts, but there's some other techniques that I wanted to kind of dive into about using no weather radio for Tropo, using 6-meter skip for eSkip. We'll pull that into next week. So my apologies. We got so much into the FM list and the W logger and the antennas, we just ran out of time. So for our patrons, thank you. Hopefully you're enjoying that new dashboard and looking forward to releasing that to everybody in a couple of weeks. But again, patreon.com/DXCentral for those of you who want to go ahead and start playing with it now. For our sponsors, the International Radio Club of America, IRCAonline.org. The National Radio Club, nationalradioclub.org. Go get yourself a membership. I got to go renew my IRCA membership right now. Okay, I think NRC too. So I got to go get those renewed. So I'm about to go get that done here soon. And for the Spectrum Monitor, thespectrummonitor.com, the best magazine out there right now for communication hobbyists. I think it's maybe the only one, but if it's not, it's definitely the best because Ken's put together quite the writing staff, and I'm not even including myself in that one. I am including my mother in there. Mom's on that staff. She's got a great shortwave column in there and does some features from time to time as well. That's going to do it for this week. 2 more episodes. Next week, we wrap up the FM Band Scan Challenge, and then that's it for challenges for Season 5 of the challenges. And then the week after that, we wrap up the Season 6 of the live stream, and then we say adios until the fall. We come in here, we gut the room, we do all the work we're going to do on this one, and then hopefully have a great FM season on tap. We'll see you guys in the Slack channel, my friends. Take care. Best of DX 73. See you next week.
Frequencies that
This is DX Central Live. This is DX Central Live. This is DX Central Live.